One second. Alright, YouTube side. How's it going? Here real quick. All right. $589 cards. Luckily we don't have to look at the showcases and all that. Some of them probably will check out just to see how they look flavor-wise. Let's do this by rarity. No, I needed ascending. There we go. Alright, Adventures Airship, 3/2 flying vehicle for 3. Whenever this vehicle attacks, draw a card, then discard a card, crew 2. This is from Final Fantasy 6. No, this is from Final Fantasy 1. I mean, there's always been airships in Final Fantasy, so I think people would have been upset if there wasn't any airships. It does feel like a miss, though, that they didn't put the high wind in, as far as I'm aware. Let me check something. Just to make sure. Go to bed, Bruno. Yeah, because I feel like they could have done... I feel like they could have done Weatherlight, even in as just a reprint in 7, but, you know, is supposed to be the High Wind. Throw the High Wind name on there. Because I don't think it was in the Through the Ages either. Which, not quite ready to talk about that one yet. But yeah, crew 2, draw a card, discard a card. It'll be a limited card. It most likely won't see any play. because it's just Smuggler's Copter, but not as efficient. Okay. Adventures in. When this land enters, gain 2 life. Colorless, or types are colorless. Flavor text. Welcome. We have rooms for 200 gil a night. Would you like to stay and rest your body and mind? Innkeeper. Which Final Fantasy did they make this one from? Looks like 3? That is actually one of my complaints while we're on the topic, and I'm thinking about it. 1, 2, and 3 got like so little representation compared to 7, 14. It feels like 7, 14, and 10 got a lot more than the rest. Either pandering or self-fulfilling what the team wanted to see. Whatever it was, it sucks because there's so many games and so many characters and locations that could have been used. Anyways, outside of the town-centric deck, like the Wandering Minstrel, you're not going to really play this. Aerith Rescue Mission. 1 white, 3 colorless sorcery, choose 1. Take the elevator, create 3 1/1 colorless hero creature tokens. Take 59 flights of stairs. Tap up to 3 target creatures. Put a sun counter on one of them. It's okay. Like, let's be honest, it's okay. Most of the time when you look at a common anyways, you're just looking at it for its limited playability. Sometimes you get some outliers that are really good. So, as far as limited goes, it's fine. They're any kind of token-centric or go-wide strategy. It helps with that. Alright, next, Aramon. 2/2 flying death touch for 2 and a black. Pay 3, sacrifice another creature, artifact, draw card. It's a sack outlet. It's got flying death touch. Reasonable mana cost. Might see play, probably not, but you're not gonna feel too bad about having it if you need to slot it in for something. And this is the, obviously Aerith was 7. Aramon looks like it is the 3 version. Airship crash from 9. Destroy target artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying. Cycle for 2. Instant for 1 green, 2 colorless. It's not bad. It's not even me being favorite or playing favorites with 9. It's legitimately not bad. It's gonna be better in limited, obviously. You might see some use for it, but there's better cards that does what it does in standard and other formats already. But having the side use of, if you need to, just pitch it for 2 to draw a card. Ballum T-Rex, aka one of the things that you would use to make Lionheart on disc 1, I'm told, because I've never done it. But Quistis, Squall, 6/6 for 6. Does it replace Colossal Dreadmaw? Yes, it does. Colossal Dreadmaw. No. Ballum T-Rexer? Yes. Anyways, trample. When this creature enters, you gain 3 life for cycling for 2. It's gonna see play in different things. Actually, I could see Airship Crescent playing Pauper. I could see Armon possibly as well. And this, yeah, Ballum T-Rexer is gonna see some use. You could play that in Modern with the Living Death combo. Or is it Living End? Whichever. Bard's Bow. Artifact, equipment, 1 green, 2 colorless, job selects. When this equipment enters, create a 1/1 colorless hero creature token, then attach this to it. I'm not going to be saying that for every one of them. Equipped creature gets +2/+2, has reach, and is more in addition to its other types. This is Perseus's bow, because it's one of the artifact weapons, one of the relic weapons. Yeah, Perseus's bow from 14. If the weapon's got a name, it comes from 14. Which I thought was also unfortunate, because 11 also has a job system that's very in-depth. 1 had some named weapons and stuff as well. And then there's other games like 3. 3 had a job system. I do play and enjoy 14, but this did kind of bug me that they didn't spread it out amongst the series. Anyways, I don't know, there might be like some kind of Pauper deck that can see use with this. Otherwise, I mean, it's limited good. 3/3 for 3 with reach. Later, if you need to, you can equip it. Baron, Airship Kingdom. From a 4. Enters tab spray blue or red. It's just the comment enters tab cycle. This time though, it's a town, so this will actually be one of the cards added to the Wandering Minstrel deck when that gets built later after this. Black Mage's Rod. 1 black, 1 colorless, job select. Equipped creature gets +1/+0, has whenever you cast a non-creature spell. This creature deals 1 damage to each opponent, and is a wizard in addition to its other types. Equip cost for 3. This is probably going to see some kind of play in Pauper. This could see some play in Standard with like a Grixis Slinger that like you're going to play on like a budget or something like that. I put it into my Kuja deck just because I wanted more wizards and more like fun related cards to the series, but otherwise it's okay. It's definitely not bad. Blazing Bomb. 1/1 for 1 red. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, put a 1/1 counter on this creature, blow up. Tap, sacrifice this creature, deals damage equal to its power to target creature, activate only as a sorcery. I think this is the first one that I really need to talk about when it comes to the flavor. Like all of these have like their little flavor nods and everything that are nice to see, but this one, it's just like Grow. You cast a big spell, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger until it eventually blows up and takes out something with it. So flavor wise, amazing. Playable wise, maybe. Blitzball. Tap for a 3-cost artifact. Tap, add 1 mana of any color. Goal! Tap, sacrifice this artifact, draw 2 cards. Activate only if an opponent was dealt combat damage by a legendary creature this turn. This replaces... Does this replace Commander Sphere? Maybe. For some decks. If you need more than 1 card draw, and you're consistently hitting, like maybe with like a mono white deck, you might play both. Like a Yoshimaru, but that probably would still be kind of low powered. Also, speaking of Yoshimaru, let me see if it's up yet. It's on here. They made a Yoshimaru Ever Faithful as Torgal, Clive's companion, and I would like to get it because I want to have a master collection if I'm able to. It's not without its faults though. It does look kind of awkward taking the in-game portrait and blowing it up like that. Blitzball shot. 1 green, 1 colorless instant. It's Mighty Growth. Whichever one it was. It's because it's a giant growth-esque effect, but you also get trample in addition. It's not bad. Called Mountain Chocobo. Card that you will play in your Choco Paradise Seeker deck. Just for the flavor. Anyways. 1 green, 3 color, or 1 red, 3 colorless. Search your library for a mountain card. Reveal it, put it into your hand, and shuffle. Create a 2/2 green bird creature token with whenever a land you control enters. This token gets +1/+0 until end of turn. I'm not going to be saying that for every single Chocobo because they all have that. And then flashback for red and 5. I don't hate this. I don't think it's an amazing card, but it is nice to see a non-green pseudo ramp, pseudo filter card. This might see some kind of play somewhere that's not just within like a Choco deck, but still. I like it, but I don't think it's amazing. Choco Kick. 1 green, 1 colorless. Return a land you control to its owner's hand for a kicker. Nice touch with the kicker. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature an opponent controls. If this spell is kicked, the creature you control deals twice that much damage instead. It'll probably see like some kind of standard use as just green removal. Maybe Commander if you're wanting to be like flavorful. Cloudbound Moogle. We might get around to making the Moogle deck tonight as well, depending on how I'm feeling. 2/3 for 2 white, 3 colorless, flying. When this creature enters, put a 1/1 counter on target creature, and it's got plain cycling for 2. It might see some use somewhere. I'm gonna play it in the Moogle deck because Moogle, but I don't think it's amazing, you know. It's not the worst than limited though. You can plain cycle it for when you need to find mana, but you can also have it as something you can play late game to start trying to push for damage. Coral. 2/2 for 2, 1 white and 1. 1 white, 1 colorless. Tap target non-enchantment creature. So it doesn't. Oh, I just remembered too. Black Mage's wand is, or rod is from 1. The blazing bomb is from 10. 6 and 5 respectively on the chocobos. Looks like a Moogle from 4. No, I'm sorry, 14. And corals from 10. No, 15. Whenever it's going to go specifically by game when I organize it. Anyways, it's a 2/2 for 2. It's going to be good and limited. The tap effect's not that great, but it's fine. Combat tutorial. 1 blue, 2 colorless. Target player draws 2 cards, put a 1/1 counter on up to 1 target creature you control. Again, you're not going to hate it in limited. Probably better things you can do in constructed. It might be fun to play it though in like Titus or something like that, just to have a little bit of flavor. But yeah, I feel like that's going to be a lot of the comments, is some are okay within specific windows, and then the rest is just like, oh, the flavor. Lulu doing the whole Titus. Commune with beavers. Remember, folks, always commune with the beaver very, very thoroughly. Anyway, that was a spell from 2, I believe. Yes. Yeah, it speaks beaver. Anyways, look at the top 3 cards for your library. You may reveal an artifact, creature, or land card from among them. Put it into your hand, put the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. It's pretty solid. It'll see play. It's a green, look at 3, grab a card, most likely. Unless you somehow whiff, and it's like all planeswalker, enchantment, instant sorcery, battle. Yeah. Most likely you wouldn't be playing in something like that, this and something like that anyways. I think we'll see Pauper play for sure. Cornered by black mages. 2 black, 1 colorless, sorcery, target opponent sacrifices a creature of their choice. You make a 0/1 black wizard creature token with whenever you cast a non-creature spell this turn, deal 1 damage to each opponent. This is from 9. I will also just be referencing Black Mage from here on out when it comes to those tokens, because there's quite a few. I think it's okay. There might be some like flavor use. I think I put it in Kuja, or I will put it in Kuja just because of the flavor. But outside of that, like, nah. Alright, another town. Crossroads Village. This one is 2. Yes. This land enters tapped. As it enters, choose a color. Add 1 mana of the chosen color. It's just some mana fixing, whatever you need at the time. It's not bad with Wandering Minstrel, because if you see it a little bit later, you can pick which color you need. If you see it early, you can fix your color to be more on par with what your hand's got going on. So yeah, I think it's okay for that specific deck. Dragoon's Wyvern from 11. One of the few cards or representation that 11 got. Unfortunate. Anyways, 2/1 for 1 blue, 2 colorless, flying. When this creature enters, create a 1/1 colorless hero creature token. I think maybe in like some kind of popper blue token deck, sure. Limited, it'll be fine. Flavor-wise, it's pretty good because it's referencing that the Dragoon also comes with the Wyvern. Dragoon, something I'm gonna have to be leveling soon. On 11. I think my plan for that is get Blue Mage to 99 and then start learning all my spells. Or try to learn what I can along the way, like strategic level. Anyways, Dreams of Laguna. 1 blue, 1 colorless. Instant, surveil 1, then draw a card. Flashback, a blue and 3. I think this will see popper play. I think any kind of crafting of your deck and grave makes us like have a little bit of viability. I think they learned with Consider, though, for sure, because Consider is better. And then, of course, that is from 8. Dwarven Castle Guard is from 4. When this creature dies, create a 1/1 colorless hero creature token, 2/1. 1 white, 1 colorless. Lally Ho is the Dwarven Greening. Again, absolutely fun card. It's nice to see some of the doors and stuff. Because there's not really a whole lot, but they are kind of prominent when they are. At least for their own respective chapter. But yeah, that's fun. Fate of the Suncrest. A 12 card finally. One white, 4 colorless. The spell costs 2 less to cast if it targets a tapped creature. So it could be 1 white, 3 colorless, destroy target non-land permanent. It might see some use. It'll definitely be a good card you pick up in limited. Fight on. Hold on. Look, I might be annoyed that 7 had way too much representation in my opinion, but 7, and the fans annoy me, but 7 is still a good game and the soundtrack was amazing. And then we have the respective forests. We've got the Evil Forest from Final Fantasy IX. We've got the Chocobo Forest from 3, I believe, or was... Yes. A forest from 11. And then the same one, but I don't know why. Anyways, let's pop back over to this. Gaily Cat from 5. 1/3, 1 white, 2 colorless cat. Flying vigilance, as long as you control 2 or more artifacts, this creature gets +2/+0. That's the ticket. Now let's get moving north, or to North Mountain. Galoth Vault DC. It's okay. Like, what more can I say about a common? There's really nice flavor references, you know, the Gigantoad, the Gaily Cat, things that are great to see. Fight On is pretty cool. Return up to 1 or 2 target creature cards from your graveyard to your hand. I realized I hadn't finished that at instant speed. It was kind of okay. But these are, let's face it, the cards that are going to end up on, like, either in a binder because somebody is collecting them, or, you know, just sitting on the table at the end of the night because they're commons. And then they end up being good and popper, and you hate yourself because you just let them sit there. Not speaking from experience. Anyways, Gigantoad, 4/4 for 4. 1 green and 3. As long as you control 7 or more lands, this creature gets +2/+2. It's not bad. It's a good late game card in limited. From Final Fantasy V, we have Go. Town of Ruin. It's the Golgari land. Followed by Gonga. From, oh, no, I hate getting old. Gonga from 7. It's the Gruul land. Gobu Gardener. From 11 this time. 1/3 that taps for a green that costs 1 green, 1 colorless. It's okay. It's a mana dork that you can play in like a beast or a plant themed deck to be on flavor a little bit. But yeah, it's okay. It's definitely not a land war elves or elvish mystic, but I mean, Grand Pulse Orchu from 13. I believe. Yes. One green for a 1/1 with Death Touch. Pay 8 until end of turn. This creature gets +1/+1 for each permanent card in your graveyard. 1/1 Death Touch is cool to see for limited play, different things like that, and it gives you a payoff towards the end of the match. But outside of that, I don't really see it being play. Guado Salam is our Simic land, which I feel makes sense. Gashel Greens from 11 again. 1 green, 1 colors. I'm noticing Lemon's got its representation in the commons, and it's like, wow. It does have Absolute Virtue, which was a nice mod, but goddamn. Anyways, Gashel Greens for 2 with a flashback of 7. Create a 2/2 green bird creature token with the Chocobo landfall. It's fine. I'll play it in Choco just for the flavor, but the other side of that, it's a limited card. Haste Magic was 7. Red and 1. Target creature gets +3+. Target creature gets +3/+1. Gains haste until end of turn. Exile the top card of your library. You may play it until your next end step. Instant speed, you can use it as combat trick. Obviously. And that's about it. Or, you know, you treat like a sorcerer and you give something haste because late game. Okay. Verificates from 2. Ooze Horror. When this creature enters, each opponent discards a card for 1/1 for 2. It's the thing you would expect. Hill Gigas 5/4. This is the other part of it. Okay. We're going to look at what the cycle is here once we finish off the uncommon, or the commons. Anyways. Welcome back from the ads on the Twitch side. No, I was just saying Hilgigas from 6? Yes. Once we wrap up talking about the commons, I'm gonna look at the cycle that the commons had, because this is the mountain cycling side of that. Triple Haze 5/4. One of the, actually, this might be the better of them. Ice Spawn is the island side of that. When this creature enters, tap target artifact or creature opponent controls, put a stun counter on it. 5/4 for 6. It's got a big body. It can be kind of okay to help at the late game stages and limited and island cycles, but I don't think it's really going to be more than that. Ice Magic, 1 blue, 1 colorless. Blizzard, return bounce a creature. Blizzard for a 2 into it, making it. Okay, so the tiered spells, they cost their initial cast with the 0. It seems like they learned from the not to do that after or while developing Thunder Junction, because this would have been also in development around that time. Or starting, I should say. But Blizzard, bounce a creature. Blizzard for 2. Or for 2 extra. Target bounce target permanent. Target creature's owner puts it on their choice of the top or bottom of their library. I don't know why that was so hard to get out. Lazaga, making it a total of 2 blue and 6 colorless. Target creature's owner shovels it into their library. It'll probably see play in. It's a limited card, but past that, I don't know what else you would do with it. Insomnia, Crown City is our Orzhov land from 15, followed by another 15 card of instant noodles. I will say I like some of the memes and everything that they added. I can't really complain about that or anything. Anyways, 2 colorless, flash. Once artifact enters, draw a card, and then it's just a food. I think food decks will find use for it. But the meme is not missed on me. Iron Giant. And this is the Iron Giant from 5, isn't it? No, this is the Iron Giant from 15. They couldn't... See, they could have made this the Iron Giant from 3. Since it was a super boss. That was added in the DS version, or they could have gone with its original. Vigilance, Reach, Trample, 6/6 for 7 on a common. It feels fine. Feels pretty good for decks that can find use for that. But it would have been nice to see it on any from one of the less represented series or numbers. Okay, so we got an island from 13. Or is this 12? Which one is this? I guess that's 13. I can't. Age is catching up. That's all I got to say. An island from 10, an island from 8. The item shopkeeper from 3. Whenever you attack, target attack. Whenever you attack, target attacking equipped creature gains minutes until end of turn. 2/2 for 2. I think the equipment decks can probably find a use for it. But I do think that there's probably better stuff too. Laughing Mad. I'd love it flavor-wise. As an additional cost to cast this spell, discard a card, draw 2, flashback for a red and 3, and it itself costs a red and 2. So it's not grossly overcosted, which is nice. Not grossly overcosted, draws you 2. Yeah, I think it's fine. I like the flavor of it with Kefka. But again, a lot of these probably ain't gonna see much play. There's probably better cards for Popper. Light of Judgment. 1 red, 4 colorless. Target. Light of Judgment deals 6 damage to target creature. Destroy up to 1 equipment attached to that creature. You got Kefka going as that. I was there. I saw when Kefka used his Light of Judgment to torch the village of the vocals. Far to the east. A new card for Randy's Rabbit deck. The Loperate Scout from 14. 3/2 for green and 2 colorless. Whenever another creature you control enters, this creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. So it's just like one of those, like, creature enters, I get big effects. They're fun to do with token decks. But yeah, outside of like rabbit decks or things like that, you probably won't see that much play. Lunatic Pandora from 8. 1 colorless, legendary artifact. Pay 2 tap, surveil 1. Pay 6 tap, sacrifice Lunatic Pandora, destroy target non-land permanent. I mean, it's on flavor. I'm not sure of anything that can use it or would want to use it though. Magic Dampener from 13. We got Fang on the art. 1 blue, target creature you control gets +1/+1, gains hexproof till turn, untap it. It's just like a shore up effect and stuff like that. Okay, not amazing. But okay. Magic Pot, Goblin Construct. I figured the Goblin one throws me off because I don't remember a Goblin being in it, but that's probably just me remembering or assuming. Anyways, this one is from a 5. Once creature dies, create a treasure token. Pay 2, tap, exile target card from a graveyard. A 1/4 for 3. It's okay. You basically use it as a wall. It dies, you get a treasure. Yeah, again, limited. Magitech Infantry from 15. 1/1 for 1 white robot soldier. This creature gets +1/+0 as long as you control another artifact. 1 white, 2 colorless. Search your library for a card named Magitech Infantry, put it onto the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. I wish it said that you can play any number, but having that on 2 cards in the set, I get, but it really feels like it would have benefited from that. Otherwise, I mean, take a bunch of them and some anthems and stuff, and limit in a draft or a seal if you open enough. Marlboro, now we're on to the black of the cycle. 4/4 for 6, bad breath. When this creature enters, each opponent discards a card, loses 2 life, and exiles the top 3 cards of their library. Swamp cycle for 2. Yeah, I think Marlboro and Helgigas are probably the stronger. Oh yes, and this was Marlboro from 15. I think of that cycle, they're the stronger. The Moogle is okay. What was the green one? I was gonna say, that's pretty bad when you can't remember what the green one is. The T-Rexer. I think in the Pauper Dread Return deck, I'm actually thinking about building that too. Looks like fun. I think you would play this in the Marlboro. Thinking about that now, the T-Rex and the Marlboro are probably the better ones, and then the Helgigas, then the Ice Flan, and then the Moogle. Anyways, back to it. Monk's Fist. From 1. Job select. Quick creature gets +1/+0. It is a monk condition to its other types. Quick cost 2 for 2. Colorless. It'll see limited play. Outside of that, maybe some kind of niche. Alright. Now we've got a mountain from 11. We've got a mountain from 15. We've got a mountain from 1. Gold, I believe. My City and Elder from 4. A 1/3 for red and 2. When this creature enters, create a black mage. I like it. It'll go in Kuja, and outside of that, probably nothing else. Reminds me I'm gonna have to take Deadpool apart just because that's commander that's very hard to want to play when you know how bad it's gonna be. Namzu Trader. 3/4 for black and 3. When this creature enters, you lose 1 life and create a treasure token. Whenever this creature attacks, you may sacrifice another creature or artifact. If you do, so fail 2. If its mana cost was like 1 less, I think you could see play more consistently. Otherwise, it's fine. It comes with like some later ramp that's supposed to be used to surveil, but or make you pick. Paladin's Arms. 1 white, 2 colorless, job select. Equipped creature gets +2/+1, has ward 1, and is a knight in addition to its other types. Lightbringer. And Hero Shield, so this one is from 14. And we got Ephemeral. Let's just take a moment to appreciate the Ephemeral. It was equipped for this one. I feel I could see some standard play. I could possibly even see this in something like Zur. Zur the Enchanter. And just because you swing go get this and have something that you can give ward to. Seems okay to me. We got a Plains from 12, we've got 7th Heaven from 7, and we've got the Open Trail Plains from 15. This one's probably my favorite of the basic lands, flavor-wise. This one and the Evil Forest. Forest. I will be exclusively playing those as my forest going forward. Parisha's Wanderings from 11. 1 green, 2 colorless. Search your library for a basic land card or town. Put it onto the battlefield tab, then shuffle. When you search a library, this might put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control. I will be, and this is at instant speed, so I will be playing this in Wandering Minstrel. I think this is an okay card overall, but specifically in Wandering Minstrel is amazing. We couldn't Merchants from 11. This is actually amusing to me because I just unlocked my favorite job of all time in Blue Mage last night, or this morning one, I should say. And I've been leveling that here and there. Unfortunately, I only have 3 spells so far, so that's fun. Anyways, 1/4 for blue and 2. Pay 1, tap, discard. Discard a card, draw a card and discard a card, so it's a looter. Just a heads up, not all cards are released, there are more to be shown. Like Ozma, for example, and many more. The set goes well past 400 cards. Oh shit, really? Thank you for letting me know that. I thought the full release was out. I guess, no, that was my mistake. So let me edit these titles so I don't look like a complete ass. Final Fantasy review of let's hit that side. Hit this side over here too. How would that be any different? Well, I did have this in the title, What Could Go Wrong? Well, apparently what could go wrong is me being wrong. Ain't nothing new there, nothing to get upset about. But Hodgkins, thank you for that. I appreciate that heads up. Anyways, quick card. 7 tab, sacrifices creature, draw 3. Ability cost 1 is to activate for each town you control. Again, I will be playing this in Wandering Minstrel. Outside of that, you're going to have better leader effects. I always get this wrong. Quick throw, 4-air from 11 as well. 3-2. Seriously, 11's representation was in the commons for the most part. 3-2, 1 black, 2 colorless. When this creature enters, choose 1 destroy target creature that was dealt damage this turn. Exile up to 2 target cards from your single graveyard. It's a draft card. Like a limited draft card. Outside of that, I don't really see a use for it. Because you have things that already do that with better effects. Ravenous through Royal City from a 12 for our Boros land. That honestly feels right. The desert for that one. Red Mage's Rapier from 1 because no name. 1 red, 1 colorless. Job select. Equipped creature has, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this creature gets +2/+0 until end of turn. Equip cost 3. I could see this for like VV. Like this and Rune Chanter's Pike for VV. Resentful Revelation. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. Put 1 of them into your hand, then the rest into your graveyard. Flashback for 7. Sorcery speed, 1 black, 1 colorless. Again, I could see you playing this in... You don't really... There's better self-mill cards that don't need to have the flashback cost. Also, there's a cycle, it looks like, of maybe sorceries. Yeah, no, there are sorceries. Retrieve the Esper, Resentful Revelation. I didn't pick that up, I should have noticed that sooner. Laughing Mad is an instant, so there might be a red one. Jameson Laguna, that's an instant. Up there. Call the Mountain Chocobo. I haven't seen a green one yet. But yeah, there's things that do that for better. I'm not sure how some of the self-mill stuff in Pauper looks. It seems to be doing just fine. True the Esper, create a... Plus I think you want most of your thinning to be coming from creatures. Preferably. And, create a 3/3 blue robot warrior artifact creature token. Then, if the spell was cast from a graveyard, put 2 1/1 counters on that token. You're making a magic tech armor. Yeah, it's a magic tech from 6. Rook Turret. Another 14 card. Flying, whenever another artifact you control enters, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card. 3/3 construct for 1 blue, 3 colorless. Might see play. Flavor's pretty cool, and that's about my thoughts on it. Sabatender from 11. 2/1 for red and 1. Reach. Whenever lane you control enters, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent. And a landfall payoff card. Yeah, this will probably see play in landfall decks just because when you're just sitting there going cool play land, ping, cycle lands, anything like that, just it can get out of hand fairly quick. Sorry, I'm trying to fix something real quick. Okay. Do you think the prices for Cloud Sephiroth main set are fair so far? I don't want to look at the prices for them. I'll be honest. Several reasons why. It means I gotta use TCG Player and just kind of fuck them right now. Well, no, I can use Card Kingdom. And then just subtract what the difference is. Face to face. There's also Star City too. Like there's definitely plenty. Okay, so face to face Canadian. So that'll be good for the Canadian market. Take a look at theirs and everything, just to see if there's that big of a contrast difference. I think MTG Goldfish also gives prices too. Okay, so specifically I need to search Sephiroth, One Wing, Fabled Soldier, Borderless. I can already tell you right now, absolutely the fuck not. Absolutely the fuck not. Card Market EU. MTG Goldfish gets some from TCG. Is that a gray area? Or am I still an asshole? Jesus fuck. No, I really don't think any of these prices are worth it. I think people are very excited about the set, which was to be expected. I know that I've seen people that have been like, well, Final Fantasy has their own game, they could have just went with that, blah blah blah, and it's just like, yes, but counterpoint, that game sucks, apparently. Well, it's not just a 7 fan cipher. No, it's going to be in circulation for a couple of years because it is a standard set. And Square is known to, like, outside of games, if it's merchandise stuff like this, to just be like, yeah, no, keep making it because we're getting a cut of that. We like our merchandise sales. Um, like, they have already said that the Final Fantasy set, with it being a standard set, will be printed for the next few years. Probably. I could see them trying to do that. The problem is that in order for them to try and release a like Universes Beyond Master set, they would have to get permission to reuse the IP outside of that specific one. So they might not be doing that, thus creating, you know, the scarcity of Universes Beyond. Oh, the Final Fantasy stuff. They've announced that the Final Fantasy cards will be printed for the next couple of years. I need to get drinking in a minute. Sage's Nautilus. Job select. Shit, what was the first? What is Sage's relic? Hagnia. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 has whenever this creature attacks, untap target attacking creature. That actually feels really... That feels like good representation for Sage. And it doesn't feel bad. Like, this might... This is a pretty good equipment, I'd say. Like, you mean more product hitting the shelves? Yes, more product hitting the shelves. It's not a one and done set. It's not a set that's only going to be printed for this summer. It's not a set that's only going to be printed for this year. It's going to at least be printed as long as it is in standard. Like, that might be their licensing of the IP deal, is that they can print it for 3 years and then after that be done. Like, can't do it anymore. Sahagin from 14. This did cause me to ask Shivam a question if he had the same energy about how many 14 cards there are when there's more cards from 7. But I don't disagree that both of those series 7 and 14 had way too much in this set, representation wise. Anyways, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana is spent to cast that spell, put a 1 counter on this creature, and it can't be blocked this turn. 1/3 for 2, Merfolk Warrior. Might see play? I don't know. I think if I'm casting spells, I'd rather have, or I would prefer to have a better payoff than that. Scorpion Sentinel, 1/4 for blue and 1. As long as you control 7 or more lands, this creature gets +3/+0. It's okay late game. It's a wall early game. It's okay late game, but outside of like limited, you're not gonna really play it. Sephiroth's Intervention. Destroy target creature, you gain 2 life. They could have given this like a full art, you know. Destroy target creature, you gain 2 life for 1 black, 3 colorless, instant speed. There's better cards. Charlian Nation of Scholars from 14, as the Azorius land makes absolute sense. Oh. More 7. General reinforcements 2/3 for black and 2 colorless. When this creature enters, mill 3 cards, you gain 3 life. It might see some play. Like, I might throw it in base horde just for the flavor of it, but there are like better cards to play than that. Stitcher Supplier, for example. Slash of Light. From 1 white, 1 colorless. Instant Slash Light deals damage equal to the number of creatures you control plus the number of equipment you control to target creature. I think it's not bad removal. In decks that go wide or play a lot of Voltron, like the new Cloud Commander wants to do. I think for things like that, it'll be fine. It's not that bad. Stuck in Summoner Sanctum, 1 blue, 2 colorless enchantment. Enchant artifact or creature. When this enchantment enters, tap enchanted permanent. Enchanted permanent doesn't untap. During its controller's untap step, and its activated abilities can't be activated. With flash. It's okay, blue disruption. I don't hate it. Not one bit. I think there's better things you can do though, but summon Chocomog. I love the full art for this. The borderless. And that's another one from 7. Same with the fat Chocobo. Because of course there wasn't a Chocomog summon in any other game. Or was the God Bird in any other game. Anyways. Stampede. On this 3/3 for 3, you get other creatures you control get +1/+0 until end of turn. 4 times. 2 of those times it also gets to attack. I'll play this in the Bird and the Moogle deck, but outside of that, I don't hate it in Limited. I think I wouldn't mind seeing that in Limited. Especially if you can get like the Yuna that can mess with your Saga counters. No, that one's Commander, so never mind. Summon Fat Chocobo, 4/4, Saga Bird, 1 green, 4 colorless. Work. Create a 2/2, create a Chocobo. Kerplunk, 4 times. Creatures you control gain trample until end of turn. Again, Chocobo deck, yes. Outside of that, probably not. You play it in Luna, you don't hate it. What am I feeling music-wise? How about... There we go. Summon Guardian Force of Freet, 3/2 for red and 2 colorless. You may discard a card. If you do, draw a card for chapter 1 and 2, chapter 3 and 4, out of red. I like the way that the curve plays for Limited. Possibly a discard deck in Standard or something like that if that ends up being a thing. Showcase art for it is really nice too. The same with the Fat Tripper though. Like, the showcases do all have really good art. Suplex, because they did the thing. You can suplex the train. One red, one colorless. Deal 3 damage to target creature. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead. Exile target artifact. On instant, or not instant, on sorcery, that still feels real good. I got no complaint about that. I feel like that could see play in multiple formats. Swamp from 14, featuring Midgardsormr. And then we have, is this a cave from 2? And I believe this one is from 5. Yeah, Swamp featuring Shipwreck from 5. And then Final Fantasy 2. It's a nice one. Synchrofate with new art featuring Seymour. That's a your eyes, they burn with resolve. Beautiful. Yeah, fuck Seymour. Thunder Magic, 1 red for a 2 damage to target creature. Add 3 colorless to that for 4 damage. Add 5 colorless and another red for 6 damage and instant speed. The magic spells feel fine because they're all tiered, so you get an effect at multiple different points in the game. So they're really good for that. But the common ones are just like, yeah, it's fine. This one's probably one of the better ones because of the removal aspects. Even stronger. Town Greeter from 1. A 1/1 for a green and 1. When this creature enters, mill 4 cards. You may put a land card from among them into your hand. If you put a town into your hand this way, gain 2 life. Add in the Wandering Minstrel comment, and then Trino from 9 is the Dimir land, which I can agree with that. The City of Night. Undercity Dire Rat from 12. 2/2 for 1 black, 1 colorless. When this creature dies, create a treasure token. I don't hate it. It's pretty good. There's probably a deck that can make use of this out of or in Pauper. Vane's Treachery. 1 black, 1 colorless. Kicker. Sacrifice an artifact or creature. Target creature gets -2, -2. Spells kick, -6, -6. Solid removal. Can't really complain. Vector, Imperial City. This one is from 6, I believe, right? Yep. Rakdos. Or it's our Rakdos town. Vincent's Limit Break is the tiered black spell, or black instant. 1 black, 1 colorless. On all of them, it gives until end of turn. Target creature you control gains when this creature dies. Return it to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control. It has base power and toughness of 3/2, or for an additional 1, 5/2, or for an additional 3, a 7/2. I see them being really good in women, actually. Like, hey, surprise note, this thing is actually back. Warrior Sword equips for 5 on this 1 red, 3 colorless. Job selects. Equipped creature gets +3/+2 and is a warrior. It's basic, it's fine. Not impressive, not unimpressive, just middle of the road. Last basic land in Waste. Picking the Waste in 16. Weapons Vendor from 7. 2/2 for white and 3. This creature enters, draw a card. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control an equipment, you may pay 1. When you do, attach target equipment you control to target creature you control. It circumvents high equip cost, or maybe an equip cost that you don't want to do, like paying a life or discarding a card or something like that. So I think it's pretty good for that aspect. I think it'll see play. Any kind of cost reduction or getting around high cost equipments that are good, yeah. White Ore Sight from 14. 2 white, 2 colorless artifact. When this artifact enters, exile a target non-land permanent opponent controls until this artifact leaves the battlefield, and it is a mana rock. It taps for a white. I don't dislike it. I actually like a good utility mana rock, but it would have been nice to, like, maybe 3. Artifact removal is fairly plentiful. White Mage's Staff from Final Fantasy 1. 1 white, 1 colorless. Job select, equip cost 3. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has, whenever this creature attacks, you gain 1 life and is a cleric. So there was White Mage's attack. Windurst from Final Fantasy 11 is the Selesnya land, and I do agree with that. World Map. 1 colorless for an artifact. Says 1 colorless, tap. Sacrifice this artifact. Search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, put it into your hand, and shuffle. Or pay 3 colorless. Sacrifice this artifact. Search your library for a land card, reveal it, put it into your hand, and shuffle. I think it'll see play in different things. Not as good as an explorer's map, but or an adventurer's map. I can't remember which one, what the name is off the top of my head properly. But still not that bad. You're Not Alone, from depicting a scene from 9. You've always protected us, but you still don't understand that we looked out for you too. Anyways, 1 white, target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. If you control 3 or more creatures, it gets +4/+4 until end of turn instead. My buff spell. Pretty okay. And that was the comments. I'm gonna take a quick break before getting into the uncommons. Alright, I'm back. Jamil, hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. If I'm not, by all means, correct me. Yeah, I'm currently unsure, so better safe than sorry. I could have timed that better as I was about to start over on Twitch. Anyways, let's get into the uncommons now. Starting with Albert Steiner from 9. 2/1, 1 white, 1 colorless lifelink. +1/+1 for each equipment you control. It does not need to be on it. I don't think you build around this, but maybe you do in like a Pauper Commander. But even then, I think there's probably a few better ones you can do. You definitely can play this in the 99. It grows as the number of equipment grows, and you don't have to put it on it. Really, what's not like about that? Yeah. Once we got through the commons, we can actually start talking about the interesting stuff. Albed Salvagers led by Brother. 2/3 for 1 black, 2 colorless. When this creature or another creature or artifact you control dies, each opponent loses 1 life, you gain 1 life. It's an Aristocrats card that sees itself. It's worded kind of weird with the way that it's wording for itself, but it's one that cares about creatures and artifacts. That's really good. And seeing as I like to play Aristocrats, yeah. But I am always honest about it. Ambrosia Whiteheart. A 1 white, 1 colorless 2/2 with flash. Has the Chocobo fall. When it enters, you may return another permanent you control to its owner's hand. Spoilers for 16 are fine at this point, right? 16's been out long enough. Plus, this is in the very beginning of the game, when the bird saves Clive. It might also be referencing the fact that when you do meet back up with Ambrosia and regain your Chocobo, you can summon them instantly. So, flavor-wise, pretty good. Ash, Princess Eldomaska. A 3/2, 1 white, 2 colorless. Whenever Ash attacks, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal an artifact card from among them, put it into your hand, put the rest on the bottom of your library in random order. I am simply myself. No more and no less. And I want only to be free. So one of my partners said that Ash should have been Boros colored, given how hot-headed she can be. And her favorite game is 12, so I'm gonna agree with her on that. Effect-wise and everything though feels very good, both as a magic card and the flavor of the character. Orin's Inspiration. 1 white, 2 colorless. Attacking creatures and get +2/+0 until end of turn with flashback for 4. It's an Anthem pump. Like, finish a game in limited. Outside of that, probably not going to really play it. Barret Wall is 4/4 for 4. 1 red, 3 colorless. Reach. Whenever Barret Walls attacks, it deals damage equal to the number of equipped creatures you control the defending player. I think the flavor of Barret is on par with this one. The fact that he's got reach with the gun arm. Also enjoying my ice cream real quick, just. Because I'm an adult. Okay, anyways. Giving Barret reach is one of the few things that makes sense that you could do with that character. Having it burn a defending player based on your equipped creatures also makes sense given the leading avalanche and everything. Looking to take out a conglomerate. So yeah, I think the flavor of Barret's honestly pretty well fitted. Battle Minyo. Instant speed, 1 white, 1 colorless. I decided to double check or pull up a larger one for the art. I do like this one. Art-wise. Effect-wise, it's okay too. Make a 2/2. Target creature gets +4 or +0/+4. Destroy target creature with power 4 or greater. You gain 4 life. So it's a reactory card. Whatever you need in the moment. Fine for limited. Probably not going to use it for anything else. Now, Black Waltz number 3, on the other hand, you play in Kuja because it's a black mage. Souped up, because instead of dealing 1 damage, it deals 2 to each opponent. Flying Death Touch, 2/2 for 4. 2 in Rakdos. And I will absolutely be playing it in Rakdos. Cactar. Cactar actually made me want to build frogs in Standard. I'm not sure how well it's going to play out, and I haven't really worked on it, but it's Cactar from 11. No, I'm sorry, this one is from 6. 3/3 for 1 green with trample. At the beginning of your end step, if this creature didn't enter the battlefield this turn, turn it into the hand. It's amazing in my opinion. A 3/3 for 1 with trample is really good. Yes, you have to return it to the hand, but that fits in thematically with Cactars notoriously running away after they hit. But you can synergize that with the frogs out of Bloomburrow that don't care about frogs necessarily, but just something leaving the battlefield without dying. Because, for example, you can go turn 1 this, you go land this, swing, or you go land this, turn 1, turn 2, you go land, you play Flowerport Mage, I believe is what it's called, swing with this for 3, return that to hand, draw a card, because you bounce something to hand. Play it on turn 2, and then or turn 3 with whatever else you're gonna do. Turn 4, swing with it, and then play the dream do, whatever. Put stun counters on it, draw the cards, and at the end of turn just bounces to hand. But you can create an interesting little value engine off of it. Anyways, Capital City, another town. And this is the one from 16. Taps for colorless. Or it's a filter land that you can cycle for 2. It's not the best, but I will play it in the town lands just because it's got the town on it. Cargo ship. Very disappointing that you can't play this with Zidane. 2/3. Oh, and the Primbus, though you can't play with Zidane. That's also really disappointing. Anyways, 2/3 for blue and colorless. Flying Vigilance. Tap for or colorless. Spin this only to cast an artifact spell or activate an ability of an artifact source. Crew 1. It's not a bad mana rock for like blue vehicle or decks that have blue that play vehicles. I don't think it's the worst. It's like a fun include, not like a strong include, but a fun include. Chocobo Racetrack. 2 green, 3 colorless artifact, landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, create a Chocobo. Enough said. I mean, it's funny. There's probably a deck that'll find use for it. Just don't want to talk about it because it's another 7 card. Which, the Chocobo Racetrack makes sense for 7. I will give that one that. Choco Comet from 12. Choco Comet deals X damage to any target because it is 2 red and X, and then you create a Chocobo. Play it in the Chocobo deck. You play it in limited. It's a really good limited card, actually. It's a funny constructed card, not a good one, but a funny one. But it's a really good limited card. And then we got Sid, and 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 Sid. How about Sid? Or Sid, Sid, Sid. And then you can't forget Sid. But yes, all 15 Sids are in the game. Let's go with the Daddy Sid. 4/4 Human Artificer for 2 colorless Nosorius. Artifacts and heroes you control get +1/+1 for each artifact you control, and for each artifact card in your graveyard. Artificer. I'm sorry. Get +1/+1 for each Artificer you control and each Artificer card in your graveyard. A deck can have any number of cards named Sid, Timeless, Artificer, in cycles for Azorius. I have a deck built for it. It needs fine tuning, but all the world may call him a villain. But yes, playing Sid with 26 Sids in the main board. Or I'm sorry, 24 Sids. No, I can't count. '23 Sids a gold mirror, a silver mirror, a queen. Propaganda, intruder alarm, ghostly prison. Yeah, it needs fine-tuning. It was put together while I was sitting bored at work, so very, very much in need of fine-tuning. Oh, right. Is this the most reasonable so far? That is the most reasonable so far. More so than like base art over here being 60. I don't really like talking about the investment aspects and the price aspects and all that shit of Magic anymore. I just want to play the game. I don't really care about how much value I'm getting out of a box or sealed product or any trade. Anyway, Circle of Power from 14. 1 black, 3 colorless, draw 2 cards, lose 2 life, create a black mage. Wizards you control get +1/+0 and gain lifelink until end of turn. Really, really good card for like Guja, which is just Rakdos Spellslinger. Because when you just start popping off and burning and dealing more damage and you're healing. Yep. Clash of the Icons. 16. 1 green. Choose 1 or more. Target creature you control fights target creature and opponent controls. Remove a lore counter from target saga you control. Put a lore counter on target saga you control. It's good. Like, it's green removal. That's a fight spell. It's cheap costed, and it messes with, lets you play around with stuff with sagas. For constructed summon decks, because you know there's going to be those that aren't just commander, this is probably going to see some amount of play in those. It's going to see play in Terra, 5-color summon, or Yuna. Fucking Titans attack. You know, I made the joke when I was playing through 16 of Attack on Titan, but it's still pretty cringe. Cloud of Darkness, 3/3 for 2 green, 1 black, 2 colorless. So for 5, you get a flying avatar. Particle Beam. When Cloud of Darkness enters, target creature and opponent controls gets -X/-X until end of turn, where X is the number of permanent cards in your graveyard. It's a good, like, late removal, mid to late removal piece in Limited. I don't think you really play it in Constructed, but it's nice to see. Coliseum Behemoth. When this creature enters, choose 1, destroy your target artifact or enchantment, draw a card. It is a 7/7 for 7 with trample. That's pretty good. And this is from 2. Yes. Looking for something real quick. Let's switch up the music again. Why isn't it? Okay, whatever. Alright, alright. Anyways, Coral Sword. From 5. 1 red. Equips for 1. Flash. When this equipment enters, attach a target creature you control. That creature gains first strike until end of turn. Creature gets +1/+0. Low cost equipment. You can play it in any variety of things I want, like low cost artifacts or low cost equipment spells. Doesn't have really have a downside. It's okay. Crystal Fragments. 1 white. Equipped creature gets +1/+1. Equips for 1. 4, 5. Colorless. 2 white. Exile this equipment, then returns to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control. Activate only as a sorcery. This is the Picking A scene from 9 with Garnet and Ico. Ico. Bringing the 4 crystals back together to summon Alexander. A 4/3 flying with chapter 1 and 2. Prevent all damage that would be dealt to creatures you control this turn. Chapter 3, tap all creatures your opponents control. It's okay. It's not bad. You can use it to make awkward pushes for your opponent and everything. You know, play it in the summon deck, but outside of that, I'm not really sure what else you could do with it. Dark Knight's Great Sword. I talked about this one over on TikTok as well. Same with Cactar. 1 black, 2 colorless, job select. Equipped creature gets +3/+0. As the knight in addition to its other types. Chaos Bringer, pay 3 life. Activate only once each turn. I said that I would probably put this in Baitor, and I'm still thinking about doing that as just a way for me to self-bleed, so that I can return something. But it's not the worst card at all. It's not the best, it's just okay. It's like a middle of the road, which is fine for an uncommon. It's gonna have like little niche uses. Delivery Moogle. 14. This could have been for 11 as well. 3/2. 1 white, 3 colorless flying. When this creature enters, search your library and or graveyard for an artifact card with mana value 2 or less. Reveal it, put it into your hand, and search your library. If you search your library this way, shuffle. It seems pretty good to me, a 3/2 flyer that finds you a key piece that you need. Demon Maul. Also from 14. Not helping the case. 1 black, 1 colorless, 3/3 defender. Menace. As long as this creature has a counter on it, it can attack as though it didn't have defender. 1 black, 5 colorless, put 2/1 counters on this creature. It fulfills itself, it sits there for a while on an okay sized body. It synergizes more with like all the different 1/1 counters that are getting thrown around. And so like in that aspect, sure. Outside of that, it's like, it's again a good limited card. Diamond Weapon. An 8/8 for 9. 2 green, 7 colorless. And this is the 7 diamond weapon, not the 14. The spell costs 1 less to cast for each permanent card in your graveyard. Reach, immune, prevent all combat damage that would be dealt to diamond weapon. I could see playing this in like one of the self-mill decks, since it's going off of permanents. That could be fun. And that's really my thoughts on it. It's okay. Dragoon's Lance. Job select. Equipped creature gets +1/+0 and is a knight ninja to its other types. During your turn, equipped creature has flying, Gaebog, so this is from 14. Equip cost 4. 1 white, 1 colorless. I like it. I'm planning on building a Dion deck because the two that I plan on building the soonest are Kimari and Dion, because Blue Mage and Dragoon, as well as Wandering Minstrel. I was severely underwhelmed by Zidane. I could build it. I just need to sit down and figure out something I could do for that. But anyways, Eden, Seed of the Sanctum. It's 13. Taps for colorless, tap 5, mill 2 cards, then you may sacrifice this land. When you do, return another target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. It's not that bad. It mills some cards, and it can find new pieces. I don't think it really sees much play outside of that, though. And I don't even know how well it does that. Eject, I think, is really good, though. One blue, 3 colorless, instant. This spell can't be countered. Return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand, draw a card. Can't be countered, draws you a card. Return, bounce a permanent. Can save you from getting taken out. Draw you a card. Disruption. It's good. Same with the Elaborate Elixir. 1 colorless, this artifact enters tapped. 5 colorless, tap, exile this artifact. Shuffle all non-land cards from your graveyard into your library. You gain life equal to the number of cards shuffled into your library this way. Yeah, that's pretty good. That is pretty damn good. Aether. This one's from 7. Small. 1 blue, 3 colorless. Tap, exile this artifact, add 1 blue. When you next cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn, copy that spell. You may choose new copies for the copy. New targets for the copy. Restores 20 NP. It is funny, admittedly. Wait, I got it. There we go. I don't know how much play you could see, since you have to sit and wait, and it kind of telegraphs that you're going to use it for something like that. Especially for 4. But I do like the effect. Evil Reawakens, and that is X Death. 1 black, 4 colorless sorcery. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield with 2 additional 1 counters on it. That's a recursion card. Those are always pretty fun and fine. Just like any of the other ones, it's not that bad. Speaking of X Death, okay. X Death, Void Warlock, 3/3 for 1 in Golgari. When X Death enters, you gain 3 life at the beginning of your end step. If there are 6 or more permanent cards in your graveyard, transform X Death into Neo X Death. Dimensions End. Trample, power and toughness are each equal to the number of permanent cards in your graveyard. Power and toughness, I'm sorry, just the power. And its toughness is 3. I'm not super impressed by it. I think it'd be funny to play it in certain decks, like if you're playing something with Greater Good or anything like that. Just to draw a bunch of cards. But outside of that, nah. Okay, I'm gonna have to go find Vanilla real quick as well, and we'll skip her. Okay. Fang, Fearless IC. 2/3 for 3. Whenever 1 or more cards leave your graveyard, you draw a card and lose 1 life. This ability triggers only once each turn. That's okay. You're gonna be. You could use it with Aristocrats to help draw, since a lot of those just send loop graveyard, or just like any graveyard looping card. And then Vanille. 3/2, 1 green, 3 colorless. When Vanilla enters, mill 2 cards and return a permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. At the beginning of your first main phase, if you both own and control Vanilla and a creature card named Fang, Fearless IC, you may pay 3 green and a black. If you do, exile them and meld them into Ragnarok Divine Deliverance. There we go. Alright. Very, very good flavor card. Vigilance, Menace, Trample, Reach, Haste. When Ragnarok dies, destroy target permanent, and return target non-legendary permanent card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Unfortunately, you can't loop them. Would be funny if you could, but a little busted if you could as well. Fire Magic. 1 red. Fire. 1 damage to each creature. Fire for 2. 2 damage to each creature. Fire for 5. 3 damage to each creature. It's like I said, the tiered ones are pretty fine. They just are whatever you need in the moment cards, and there ain't nothing wrong with that. Those are usually pretty good. Freya Crescent, the Dragoon from 9. Jump during your turn. Freya Crescent has flying. She taps for a red. Spend this mana only to cast an equipment spell or activate an equipped ability. 1/1 for 1 red. Yeah. Voltron decks that play red are gonna play her. Because why wouldn't you? She comes with built-in evasion, so that when you start getting equipments out, you can do stuff, or you have a good body on them, and helps you to excel into it. Such devastation. When Guy's Man Balsar enters, choose 1. Each player sacrifices a creature token of their choice. Each player sacrifices a non-creature of their choice. Each player sacrifices enchantment of their choice. 3/2 for 2 black and 2. I don't think it's bad. It's another black way to deal with enchantments. Yes, you give your opponent the choice, but if you can catch a problem enchantment early, then it's even better. And then it still can remove like a token if there's just one that's problematic. Or just, you know, you need to slow something down with the sack creature, and if it's a small enough board. Gallows Final Act. 1 green, 1 colorless. Picking a scene from 5. Until end of turn, target creature gets +1/+0 and gains. When this creature dies, put a number of 1/1 counters equal to its power on up to 1 target creature. It's cool. I like it. I like things that have payoffs like that. It also still sucks though that you have to essentially lose the creature for that though, but it is what it is. Garland, Knight of Cornelia, 3/2 for Rakdos. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Rebel 1 for 2 black, 2 red, 3 colorless. Return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield transformed, activate only as a sorcery. Into Chaos the Endless. 5/5 flying. When Chaos dies, put it on the bottom of its owner's library. It's cool for like the looping and the flavor, but it's so disheartening that one didn't get like an amazing card, since it's the whole kickoff for this thing. Garnet, Princess of Alexandria. 2/2 for Selesnya, lifelink. Whenever Garnet attacks, you may remove a lore counter from each of any number of sagas you control. Put a 1/1 counter on Garnet for each lore counter removed this way. Yeah, you know she's going to get played in the summoner decks. And it's going to be like a key card to help keep stuff around. Got it. King of the Dwarves. 1/1 for Boros. Double strike. Guide or another dwarf you control enters, and whenever an equipment you control enters, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. More dwarf card support, or dwarf support. Some looting. Who doesn't like to do that? Yeah, I feel it's like an okay card. Gladios. When Gladios Residia enters, search your library for a land card, put it onto the battlefield, tap, then shuffle landfall. Whenever land you control enters, another target creature you control gets +2/+2 engage, trample until end of turn. 6/6 for 6. 4 colorless, 1 red, 1 green. It's cool to see him, but it's not exactly that good. It's cool that it finds any land. So I think you can play it in a Lands Matters deck, but I don't know how well it'll be. I will probably play it in the Wandering Minstrel just because I want to have that like a very flavorful deck. Grahatia, 3/5, 1 white, 4 colorless. Cat Archer. So we're getting his first depiction. Reach. The Elegant Eye. Whenever one or more other creatures and or artifacts you control die, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. He's good. That's pretty good. It's a white draws that synergizes around the creatures dying or artifacts. Yeah, I can't really complain about that. There we go. Ignis and Tian. 2/2, 1 in Simic. Human Advisor. When Ignis enters, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may put a land card from among them onto the battlefield tapped. Put the rest in the bottom of your library in a random order. I've come up with a new recipe. 1 in Simic. Exile a target card from a graveyard. If a creature card was exiled this way, create a food token. Yeah. Also, this will get played in the land or in the Wandering Minstrel deck, but it's funny. Like, it's funny. It's the meme. What's not to like? They'll make Pixie, otherwise known as Pain in the Ass. 2/1 for blue and a white, or not a blue and white, blue and 1. Flying. When this creature attacks, surveil 1. That's okay. It'll probably find some kind of use. But again, like 2/1 flyer that surveils. Judge Magistrate Gabranth. Menace. Whenever another creature or artifact you control dies, put a 1/1 counter on Judge Magister Gabranth. 2/2 for 2. A payoff card for sack outlets and sack decks. It's okay. Lionheart. 4 colorless. Equip cost 2. When this equipment enters, it deals 2 damage to any target. Equipped creature gets +2/+1. That's really, really disappointing for a ultimate weapon. It's honestly really is unfair to some of the other games. But you know, 7 got theirs. It's got good offensive and defensive applications. God damn it. Alright, I think the audio issues worked out now. Anyways, was just saying that it's disappointing that only 7 got an ultimate weapon at rare or higher. And that Lionheart got treated so poorly. That luck was just a solid card. A looter effect when it deals damage to a player with lifelink death touch. It's like, hey, I'm gonna gain 2 life regardless. Or, so do you want to lose a creature, or do you want to let me draw a card? Or cycle, I should say. Magitech Armor. 4/4, 1 white, 3 colorless. This vehicle enters, create a 1/1 colorless hero creature token, crew 1. It's from 6. With the fact that it makes a hero token, it's depicting the opening of the game. Omega, Heartless Evolution. I feel like Omega deserved better. Like, they didn't need to use the 14 version. Anyways. 5 colorless, Simic, 8/8. When Omega enters, for each opponent, tap up to 1 target non-permanent that opponent controls. Put X stun counters on it. Put X stun counters on each of those permanents, and you gain X life. X is the number of non-basic lands you control. Yes, it is going to go in the modern minstrel, but I would like to have seen better. Opera Love Song. Instant. 1 red, 1 colorless. Exile top 2 cards of your library. You may play those cards until the end of your next end step. 1 or 2 target creatures each get +2/+1 on the turn. It's your impulse pump spell. It's fine. Overkill. Overkill has had a combo pop up that has caused people to be massively confused by how rulings and state-based actions and everything works. Basically, Overkill being an instant that gives -0, -9,999 until end of turn for the cost of 1 black and 2 colorless. When a creature enters, which also defeat will see that creature enter. You'll have that trigger happening. Nothing has resolved yet. In response to the trigger, you overkill. It kills the creature because of how state-based actions and everything works. Jaws of defeat. Seeing that the creature entered, it looks for the creature. It sees that the last time the creature was there, it was whatever minus -9,999. And then deal has an opponent lose that difference. It's funny, but man, has it caused some annoying people to come out of the woodwork. And yes, when I said earlier, you can suplex a train. Phantom Train. 1 black, 3 colorless, 4/4 artifact vehicle. Trample. Sacrifice another artifact or creature. Put a 1/1 counter on this vehicle. It becomes a spirit artifact creature in addition to its other types until end of turn. It's a sack outlet, much akin to carrion feeder. It unfortunately competes with that card as well, and that one only costs 1 black, so it does have that. Now, if you're looking for something to punch with, this is a little bit better because of the trample and already starting larger body. But yeah, you can suplex the train. Digimon revealed meat. Alternate. Oh, the jokes you can make. Anyways, Phoenix Stone. 1 white artifact. 1 white, 1 colorless. Tap. Exile this artifact. Choose 1. Return target creature card with mana value 4 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Exile target skeleton, spirit, or zombie. Yeah, it's good. It's flavorful. This is more from 6 as well. Yes, it's flavorful. Bring something back without it being ridiculous with that hard lock, but I mean, there are amazing cards at that mana value level. And then the fact that it just gets rid of a skeleton, spirit, or zombie is on par with, on brand with what a Phoenix Down does. Poison the Well. 1 black, 1 colorless. Choose 1. All creatures get -1/-1 until end of turn. Target player reveals their hand. You choose an artifact or creature card from it. That player discards that card. Nothing beats the sweet music of hundreds of voices screaming in unison. They did a really good job of depicting a lot of key scenes. I will definitely give them that. Poison the Well, the Sephiroth one. There's so many different ones that do hit good note. It's just some games got a few too many. And some games could use one, just like 1 or 2 more, not a whole lot more. Anyways, Prompto, Argentum. 2/2, 1 red, 1 colorless, haste, selfie shot. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, create a treasure token. It's okay. It's not, you know, it's not a Stormcone artist, but it's okay. Poo-poo UFO. From 8. 2 colorless for a 0/4 flying construct alien. Tap, you may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield. 3. Until end of turn, this creature's base power becomes equal to the number of towns you control. Yes, it'll be in the deck. I'm not going to say it, but I did. It's fun. It's a fun card, but not an amazing card. It's good for its niche little thing. Queen Brawny. 2/1, 1 red, 2 colorless, prowess. Whenever Queen Brawny attacks, create a black mage. It's on flavor. It very much is on flavor with the fact that, you know, she was attacking with black mages. And then Chatter Frog. Quina, Q Gourmet. 2/3, 1 green, 2 colorless. If 1 or more tokens be created under your control, those tokens plus a 1/1 green frog creature token are created instead. 2 colorless, sacrifice a frog, put a 1/1 counter on Quina. It leans into the way to get Quina's ultimate weapon, another boss fight, a bunch of other stuff with the frog minigame, but it's just funny to call it Chatter Frog. Quistis. 2/2 for 2 colorless, 1 blue. Blue magic. When Quistis enters, You may cast target instant or sorcery card from a graveyard, and mana of any type can be spent to cast that spell. If that spell will be put into a graveyard, exile it instead, so it just gives you a way to play some stuff. Also, if I just came down here, I would have gotten to Ragnarok. It's neat. It's definitely hitting like that blue magic notes because they're very familiar or synergistic between the two games, using other spells and things like that. Or turning an ability or something into power for you. And it's like how blue magic works with learning spells. Anyways, random encounter. 2 red, 4 colorless. Flashback. 2 red, 6 colorless. Shuffle your library, then mill 4 cards. For each creature card milled this way onto the battle, put each creature card milled this way onto the battlefield. They gain haste. At the beginning of the next end step, return those creatures to their owner's hand. Let's bid thee good night. Cypher, take care, bro. You have a good night, man. Only a few more days to those in this update. Reach the horizon, 1 green, 3 colorless. Search library for up to 2 basic land cards and or towns with different names, put them on the battlefield, tap, and shuffle. It's absolutely fine. It's the set niche land plus basic land, find 2 card at 4. Those are par for the course. Relentless X. Adam 92. 6/5 for 6. This creature can't be blocked except by 3 or more creatures. 8. Return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield tap with a finality counter on it. It's a very flavorful card, with the fact that the thing wouldn't stay down in 8. When you fought it, it was with Squall, Zell, and Selfie. So yes, very on flavor. Realms sketching. 2 blue, 2 colorless. Sorcery. Create a token that's a copy of target artifact, creature, or land. It's a blue copy spell. Anyways. There's nothing really to say about it. It's a sorcery speed, make a copy of something card. And those are always good and fun to play with. Rude and Reno. Human Assassin 2/1 for 1 black, 1 colorless. Menace. Whenever Rude and Reno deal combat damage to a player, exile the top card of that player's library. Then you may sacrifice another creature or artifact. If you do, you may play the exiled card this turn, and mana of any type can be spent to cast it. Yeah, I'll probably play this in my Theft deck, just because I like Rude and Reno. They're not badly costed, and that effect is really good. Restoration Magic from 5. 1 white. Cure. Target permanent gains hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. Cure F for 1. Target permanent gains hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. You gain 3 life. Kiraga. 3 colorless and 1 additional white. Permanents you control gain hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. You gain 6 life. Yeah, this is gonna see play. It's a protection card that you can use to protect your entire board later. Yeah, it's gonna see play. Ride the Shoot Buff. Landfall. Whenever land you control enters, put a 1 counter on target creature you control. This enchantment becomes a 7/7 beast creature in addition to its other types for 2 colorless, or I'm sorry, 2 green, 5 colorless. 1 colorless, 1 green. It's a fun card. It'll see play in limited for sure. You could also very easily put it into any landfall deck to make things bigger, since it doesn't trigger once per turn. Just to help get things going with 1/1 counters. Ring of the Lucy. 4 colorless, legendary artifact. Taps for 2 colorless. 2 colorless tap, pay 1 life, tap target non-land permanent. It's okay. Not the best, but it's fine. Rihanna Hartley. 4/4 for 5. 3 colorless and Selesnya. She enters with Angelo, a legendary 1/1 green and white dog creature token. Angelo Cannon. Whenever Rihanna Hartley attacks, another target creature you control gets +1/+1 until end of turn for each creature you control. So yeah, so we're gonna make Angelo bigger, but you're gonna protect the good boy. I liked the Angelo gimmick just because it incorporated the dog. Not gonna lie. And she comes with him and does the thing, self-fulfills it, so flavor and power-wise, it's not bad. Cost-wise, it's a little... I think you play as like a Pauper Commander or in the 99. Rufus Shinra. 2/4 for 1 in Orzhov. Whenever Rufus Shinra attacks, if you don't control a creature named Darkstar, create Darkstar, a legendary 2/2 white and black dog creature token. It feels like a 99 card. Or something that you play in limited. Like you get it and you're just like, it's not bad. So that you can trigger. You can trigger the effect and just make use out of it. But otherwise it's just like, nah. Gradia's Return. 2 green, 3 colorless sorcery. Choose 1. Creatures you control get +3/+3 until end of turn. Return up to 2 target permanent cards from your graveyard to your hand. It's okay. It's an overrun late game or return 2 things that you need. For 5, it's a little bit much, so that's something you would really want to be paying a 5/4 or playing a whole lot of if you're playing like even in limited, but still not bad. Radio Summoner of Mist. Landfall. Whenever land you control enters, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. More landfall synergy. Summon X. X colorless tap. Return target saga card with mana value X from your graveyard to the battlefield. Tap. Or, I'm sorry, to the battlefield with the finality counter on it. It gains haste until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery. Yeah, so you play it in 5-color Terra. And you proceed to use Yuna and other things to remove finality counters and just keep your summons around. Samurai's Katana, another one from 14, complete with an aura. 1 red, 2 colorless, job select, creature gets +2/+2 and has trample and haste and is a samurai. In addition to its other types, equipped for 5, Maramasa. It's not bad. It's a 3/3 for 3 unlimited, which with trample and haste, which is pretty solid. Maybe you play it in some kind of equipment deck, but it's pretty. It's got potential. Sandworm. 5/4 for 1 red, 4 colorless, haste. Once creature enters, destroy target land. Its controller may search the library for a land card, put on battlefield, tap, and shuffle. It's key land removal, so why not? Sav's Chocobo. It has landfall, but unlike the other Chocobos, it gets a +1/+1 counter. So, I mean, even at 0/1, a 1 cost that just starts benefiting from your landfall, it's good. That's not even a joke. Self-destruct. 1 red, 1 colorless. Target creature you control deals X damage to any other target and X damage to itself, where X is its power. I could see uses for it. I don't think it's the worst. I don't think it's the best, but I can definitely see some uses. Shambling Scythe. I can't remember how you pronounce that actually. C? Shambling C? Anyways, 3/3 from 3/3. 1 black, 2 colorless. This creature enters tapped. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you may pay black. If you do, return this card from your graveyard to your hand. There's probably a loop you can find somewhere with it that I'm overlooking, so I'm just going to say I don't know on this one and go on to Shantoto. Tactician Magician, 0/4. For 1 and is it, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Shantoto gets +X/+O until end of turn, where X is the amount of mana spent to cast the spell. If X is 4 or more, draw a card. You don't play as a commander, but you could probably play her as 99 as another payoff card. To have like some flavor. Side quest card collection. I like it. I don't think it's really all that great. It's kind of a middle of the road card that you can play unlimited. But I just love the flavor of it, which I talked about over on TikTok. But this enchantment enters, draw 3 cards, then discard 2 cards. At the beginning of your end step, if 8 or more cards are in your graveyard, transform this enchantment. So a draw 3 pitch 2 for 4 is fairly standard in blue. And then you benefit from your graveyard getting bigger by making a 4/4 vehicle with crew 1 that has flying. That's why I said it's okay. It's you play it in limited and you're not too upset about it. Side quest, catch a fish. At the beginning of your upkeep, look at the top card of your library. If it's an artifact or creature card, you may reveal it and put it into your hand. If you put a card into your hand this way, create a food token and transform this enchantment. So it's a pseudo draw. Like, it looks for something specific, but it's kind of like a draw for 3, or a delayed draw for 3 that flips into a mana rock. That'll let you sacrifice an artifact for 3 to put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control. Or a mana land. So, I mean, it's a modular card. So it can help with mana base as well. I feel like it could have use. Anyways, side quest, Hunt the Mark. 2 black, 3 colorless. When this enchantment enters, destroy up to 1 target creature. At the beginning of your end step, if a creature died under an opponent's control this turn, create a treasure token. Then if you control 3 or more treasures, transform this enchantment into Yasmat. Ultimate Mark, a 5/6 dragon, 1 black, 1 colorless, sacrifice another creature or artifact. Yasmat gains an indestructible on turn, tap it. I like it. I like the flavor of it. Since it requires 3 treasures, you always have at least 1 activation of it. Not the best, but it's fun. Side quest, play Blitzball. Finally makes world champion actually not hate yourself acquiring it. 1 red, 2 colorless enchantment. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gets +2/+0. At the end of combat on your turn, if a player was dealt 6 or more damage, or 6 or more combat damage this turn, transform this enchantment, then attach it to a creature you control into World Champion Celestial Weapon. Double Overdrive. Equipped creature gets +2/+0 and has double strike. Equipped 3. It's not bad. It's fairly easy to pull off. It makes Horror Champion actually easy to get, but it's also just kind of okay. Side quest: Raise a Chocobo. 1 blue, 1 colorless. When this enchantment enters, create a 2/2 green bird creature token with Chocobo landfall. At the beginning of your first main phase, if you control 4 or more birds, transform this enchantment into the Black Chocobo, a 2/2. When this permanent transforms into Black Chocobo, search your library for basic land, or search your library for a land card, put it onto the battlefield tap, then shuffle. Landfall: whenever land you control enters, birds you control get +1/+0 until end. So it's the Chocobo fall. Sleep Magic. One blue enchantment. When this aura enters, tap enchanted creature. Enchanted creature doesn't untap. During its controller's untap step, when enchanted creature is dealt damage, sacrifice this aura. It's a good, flavorful nod to how sleep works, where once you take damage, you wake up. It's also got the depiction of Mog and Ico knocked out. Snow Villers. 1 white, 2 colorless, Vigilance. Snow Villers power is equal to the number of creatures you control. 3 toughness. Fairly common white creature effect, so just see it go. Okay, cool. Moving on. This card has caused another infinite to pop up in standard with Mind Splicer Apparatus. You get it up to 4 counters in your, or no, you only got to get it to 3 to just keep looping them. Return target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard, or exile card with flashback you own to your hand. Add a red. So you cast it, and then you cast another one, and then you cast another one, and then you just sit there and loop them. And with the Black Mage cards, you can just sit there and burn out your opponent. So that'll be a thing. Stolen Uniform, instant, for 1 blue. Choose target creature you control and target equipment. Gain control of that equipment until end of turn. Attach it to the chosen creature. When you lose control of that equipment this turn, if it's attached to a creature you control, unattach it. I like it. It's cool. Lets you take an opponent's equipment to use, so that can have some applications in Commander. Strip a key equipment off of an opponent's creature, put it under yours for a turn, use it for combat on your turn. So yeah. Summon Anima. 4/4 horror. 2 black, 4 colorless. Chapters 1 through 3, pain. You draw a card and you lose 1 life. Chapter 4, Oblivion. Each opponent sacrifices a creature of their choice and loses 3 life. Ramses you a little bit. Did that. I'm just thinking about it, like, is this worth playing a base order? That's the current deck that I've been playing that has any kind of like bleed effects, because I don't think you really would like play this alongside Phyrexian Arena. If you're playing that, you just play Arena. It's okay though. Get you some damage in, causes a sack out, but later. Definitely a very phenomenal limited card. Summon Esper, remove. 2 green, 2 green, 2 red, 2 colorless, 33. Chapter 1, Judgment Bolt. This creature deals damage equal to the number of non-creature, non-land cards in your graveyard to target creature opponent controls. Chapter 3 and 4. Wizards you control get +1/+0 until end turn. It's fine. It's fine. It's an okay limited card, not anything past that, I don't think, though. Summon Fenrir. Yes, I will be putting a deck together with all the summons, so. Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be good, though. Anyway, Summon Fenrir, 3/2, 1 green, 2 colorless. Crescent Fang. Search your library for basic land card, put it onto battlefield tapped, then shuffle. Heaven's Ward Howl. When you next cast a creature spell this turn, the creature enters with an additional 1/1 counter on it. Eclipse Grovel. Draw a card if you control the creature with the greatest power or tied for the greatest power. For chapter 3. It's pretty like middle of the road for green uncommon with what it's doing. I don't dislike it. The showcase looks really nice. It's a nice 11 reference as well. Summon Primal Garuda. 3/3 flying. 1 white, 3 colorless. Aerial Blast. Creature deals 4 damage to target tapped creature and opponent controls. Slipstream. For chapter 2 and 3. Another target creature you control gets +1/+0 and gains flying on the turn. Good limited card. That's gonna be the trend for all the summons that are uncommon rarity. Just good limited card. Shiva, 4/5. 2 blue, 3 colorless. Heavenly Strike. Tap target creature and opponent controls. Put a stun counter on it. For chapter 1 and 2. Chapter 3, a Diamond Dust. Draw a card for each type creature your opponent's control. It's fine. Like, a lot of the summons, in all honesty, are like really good going into like later portions of the game, like when you're getting set up or stuff like that, or like using counter manipulations to keep certain effects going. Swallowed by Leviathan. 1 blue, 2 colorless instant, choose target spell, surveil 2, and counter the chosen spell unless its controller pays 1 for each card in your graveyard. Don't hate it. Pretty good. Especially in like a Soul Tie graveyard deck. The Crystal's Chosen. 2 white, 5 colorless. Create 4 1/1 colorless hero creature tokens. And then put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control. I don't think an effect like that should cost 7. It's not like for 7 it should be a lot more impactful than that. The Emperor of Palmysia. 2/2 for Izzet. Tap for blue or red, spend this mana only to cast a non-creature spell. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, put a 1/1 counter on the Emperor of Palmysia. And if it has 3 or more 1/1 counters on it, transform. The Lord Master of Hell. Starfall. Whenever the Lord Master of Hell attacks, it deals X damage to each opponent, where X is the number of non-creature non-land cards in your graveyard. I think this is a really, really fun 99 commander card. You might be able to figure out something for a like popper commander for it as well. It seems like a fun card to play around with though. The Final Days. 2 black, 2 colorless. Flashback, 2 black, 4 colorless. Create 2 tapped 2/2 black horror creature tokens. If this spell was cast from your graveyard, instead create X of those tokens, where X is the number of creature cards in your graveyard. It's a good late game self-mill card. Gold Saucer. Town. Tap for colorless. 2 colorless, tap, flip a coin. If you win the flip, create a treasure token. So it's like playing the game. 3 colorless, tap, sacrifice 2 artifacts, draw a card. And a payoff. I like it. I think it'll be a fun card to play around with. The Prima Vista, much like I mentioned earlier, where you can't use it in Zidane. 5/3 for blue and 4 colorless flying. Crew 2. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, the Prima Vista becomes an artifact creature until end of turn. I think it's a fine limited card. Outside of that, maybe find a use for it, but I can't think of one. Thief's Knife. Job select. 4 to equip, 1 blue, 2 colorless. When a creature gets +1/+1 and has whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. It's broken. It's a good card. It's a draw equipment. It's a good card. Tidus, Blitzball Star. 2/1 for 1 in Azorius. Whenever an artifact you control enters, put a 1/1 counter on Tidus. Whenever Tidus attacks, tap target creature and opponent controls. I feel like this should have been Zidane, in all honesty, is the effect. It's a really good effect, though. Tifa's Limit Break, 1 green. Somersault. Target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Meteor Strike for 2 colorless. Double target creature's power and toughness until end of turn. Final Heaven. 1 additional green and 6 colorless. Trip target creature's power and toughness until end of turn. It's funny. You can kill somebody out of nowhere, it's funny. Tonberry, I already made a video talking about this. Mechanically, I think it's a bad card. Flavor-wise, I think it's great. 2/1 has Death Touch on your turn. Enters with a stun counter on it for 1 black. Torgal, a Find Hound. This is my Hear Me How, Let Me Play Torgal with Clive deck, or his partner deck. Whenever you cast your first human creature spell each turn, that creature enters an additional 1/1 counter on it for each dog and or wolf you control. It's going to be a good card for the werewolf deck, especially since it also taps for 1 mana of any color. And it's a 2/2 for 2. It's going to see playing a lot of decks, I feel like. Travel the Overworld. Affinity for towns, draw 4 cards. 2 blue, 5 colorless sorcery. Bard's Clouser. My dad always wanted me to go out and travel the world, but it also feels like the wind is calling me. I like it. Ultimacia, Time Sorceress. 4/5 for 3 colors and Demure. Whenever Ultimacia enters or attacks, surveil 2. At the beginning of your end step, you may pay 4 colorless, 2 blue, 2 black, so you may pay 8, and exile 8 cards from your graveyard if you do transform Ultimacia. It's unfortunate that they made her 7/7. When this creature transforms into Ultimacia Omnipotent, take an extra turn after this one. It's funny. I do think it's funny. They missed the ball by not making an 8/8 on the other side. Ultros Obnoxious Octopus. This is the 6th version, at least. 2/1 for 1 colorless, 1 white. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana is put to cast it, tap target creature opponent controls plus time counter on it. Whenever you cast a creature spell, if at least 8 mana is put to cast it, put 8/1/1 counters on Ultros. It's a payoff card for spell singers. Same as some of the other ones. It's okay, you might find a use for it. But it's definitely more about paying full cost than not paying reduced cost though too. Unexpected request. 1 red, 2 colorless. Gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap that creature. It gains haste until end of turn. You may attach an equipment you control to that creature. If you do, unattach it at the beginning of the next end step. It plays into Zidane. It's a story beat. I do still want to build Zidane because he is my favorite character, but it's like, I guess I've been talking about building a Boros deck here and there for a while. Might as well now. Valkyrie Aerial Unit. Affinity for Artifacts, Flying. When this creature enters, surveil 2. A 5/4 construct for 7. But most likely you're going to be playing just 2 blue or less. Or around there for it. Already talked about Vanille. Zach Fair. Zach Fair is honestly really good, and it's like, y'all are playing favorites. Zach is a 0/1 for 1 white, enters with a 1/1 counter on it. Pay 1, sacrifice Zach. Target creature you control gains indestructible until turn. Put Zach's counters on that creature and attach an equipment that was attached to Zach Fair to that creature. Flavor-wise, it's really funny. It's just like, yeah, just give Cloud everything. And then Zidane. When Zidane enters, gain control of target creature opponent controls until end of turn. Untap it, it gains lifelink and haste until end of turn. Whenever an opponent gains control of a permanent from you, you create a treasure token. I guess like you just play with a bunch of threat and effects and everything. I'll figure something out for it. I would just really wish they had done more for the day. Alright. I'm gonna go into the Rares and Mythics here in just a second and take a quick break. Okay. Alright, let's get into it. Aerith Gainsborough. 2/2, 1 white, 2 colors. Lifelink, whenever you gain life, put a 1/1 counter on Aerith Gainsborough. When Aerith Gainsborough dies, put X 1/1 counters on each legendary creature you control, where X is the number of 1/1 counters on Aerith. Enough to say about it. It's a really good card for life and commander decks, because if she gets popped, you just make your stuff bigger. So yeah. Enough said. Arden the Usurper. 4/4 for 3 black, 5 colorless. Demons you control have menace, lifelink, and haste. Storm Scourge. At the beginning of combat on your turn, exile up to 1 target creature card from a graveyard. If you exiled a card this way, create a token that's a copy of that card, except it's a 5/5 black demon. He's very high costed, but a very fun card. I look forward to seeing builds based around it. Or how it works in the 99. But an 8 cost is kind of a lot, but it's a really cool effect. A Realm Reborn. 2 green, 4 colorless. Other permanents you control have tap, add 1 mana of any color. It lets you turn everything into a mana rock. It's gonna see some kind of use. 14 players are really gonna want that showcase art too. Astrologian's Planosphere. 1 blue, 1 colorless. Diana. Equip 2. Job select. Equipped creature is a wizard in addition to its other types, and has whenever you cast a non-creature spell and whenever you draw your 3rd card each turn, put a 1/1 counter on this creature. It's probably going to see some play. I don't know what formats it'll see play in, but it's not bad. It synergizes well with Storm cards. It gives you a card back, a set of cards and everything else. Balam Garden. Seed Academy. This town enters tapped. I'm sorry. This land enters tapped. Taps for Simic, or well, 1 of Simic. 5 of Simic, transform this land. This ability costs 1 less activate for each other town you control. Flips into Balam Garden Airborne, a 5/4 flying vehicle with whenever it attacks, draw a card. It's a neat payoff card. It's flavorful. It's not amazing, but it's neat. Baltier and Fran. 4/3. Human Rabbit for 1 in rule. Reach. Vehicles you control get +1/+1 and have vigilance and reach. Whenever a vehicle crewed by Baltier and Fran this turn attacks, if it's the first combat phase of the turn, you may pay 1 in rule. If you do after this phase, there's an additional combat phase. I think you play like a modified Bellow around these two. I think they're better in the 99 for Bellow, but I know that Brandy's going to be building Baltier and Fran, so just keeping some ideas in mind. But I think it's going to be a fun commander. Bards and Boko, which will go into Choco. Affinity for birds. When Bards and Boko enter, each other bird you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature and opponent controls. 4/3 for 4, or for 5 I mean. 2 green and 3. I think it's funny what it does. And with as many birds as you can get out and buff and everything else, I think it'll be fun in the 99. Beatrix, Loyal General. 4/4 for 2 white, 4 colorless. Vigilance. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may attach any number of equipment you control to target creature you control. It's another equipment payoff card. It'll find use somewhere. It should be fun. For the 99, I don't think you build around it though. Cecil Dark Knight. I don't know if you build this as a commander or if you just play this in standard. Like, this feels really good. Anyways, a 2/3 Death Touch for 1 black in darkness. Whenever Cecil deals damage, you lose that much life. Then, if your life total is less than or equal to half your starting life total, untap Cecil and transform it into Cecil Redeemed Paladin. Lifelink. Protect. Whenever Cecil attacks, other attacking creatures gain indestructible until end of turn. It may take a minute for it to meet and flip and everything, but I think it'll be fun in standard. Outside of that, I don't know. Choco, Secret Paradise. Another one I plan to build. Whenever one or more birds you control attack, look at that many cards from the top of your library. You may put one of them into your hand, and put any number of land cards from among them onto the battlefield tapped, and the rest into your graveyard. Landfall. Whenever a land you control enters Choco. It's the Chocobo buff. Yeah, it's gonna be the Chocobo deck. Clive's Hideaway. Hideaway 4. Taps are colorless. You may play the exiled card without paying its mana cost if you control 4 or more legendary creatures. Not that hard to pull off. I think this will be a real good card. Taps are colorless. Pay tail. Tap it. Very easy to pull off. Deadly Embrace. 2 black, 3 colorless sorcery. Destroy target creature and opponent controls, then draw a card for each creature that died this turn. It feels cool, but it also feels very overcosted. I like the effect, I don't want to pay 5 for that. With it only destroying 1. Dion, I've already got the list together for. I just need to pick up the cards. Anyways, Dion, Bahamut's Dominant. 1 white, 3 colorless. Dragonfire Dive. During your turn, Dion and other knights you control have flying. When Dion enters, create a 2/2 white knight creature token. For 6, 2 white and 4. Exile Dion, then return it to the battlefield, transformed under its owner's control. So it's the first of the dominants that we're going to be talking about, so I won't need to talk about dominant flip anymore after this. Just say it. Wings of Light for chapter 1 and 2. Put 1 counter on each other creature you control. Those creatures gain flying until end of turn. Giga Flare. Destroy target permanent, exile the Hummock, then return it to the battlefield. So yeah, it keeps bringing a knight with it to keep your guys with flying. The one seems pretty fun from what I've been gold fishing. Edgar, King of Figaro. When Edgar enters, draw a card for each artifact you control. Two-headed coin. The first time you flip one or more coins each turn, those coins come up heads and you win those flips. It feels like it's going to have some kind of fun effect to it. Because I believe, hold on, isn't there... It is a 4-5 for 6, so I mean, that is kind of a much, but... Yeah, it was legitimately Rosaric. Flip 5 coins, take an extra turn after this one for each coin that comes up heads. So I mean, like, this row with him is funny. I think that works, right? I can't remember. I know Keeping It Casual did a video on it, I'm pretty sure. Anyways, Esper's Origins. Esper Origins. 1 green, 1 colorless, surreal 2, you gain 2 life. If the spell was cast from a graveyard, exile it and then put it onto the battlefield, transform it under its owner's control with a finality counter on it. Flashback, so you get it for 2, you get it for 4. And then on the on the second cast, you get Summon Esper Madun. Reveal the top card of your library. If it's a permanent card, put it into your hand for chapter 1. For chapter 2, add 2 green. For chapter 3, other creatures you control get +2/+2 and gain trample until end of turn. And it is a 4/4. Excalibur 2. Hopefully easier to get. One cost legendary equipment. Whenever you gain life, put a charge counter on Excalibur 2. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 for each charge counter on Excalibur 2. Equip 3. It seems like a fun card. Furion, Wild Rose Warrior, 3/3, 1 red, 2 colorless. Equipped creatures you control have haste. Whenever a non-token equipment you control enters, create a token that's a copy of it, except it has this equipment. This equipment's equipped abilities cost 2 less to activate. Sacrifice the token at the beginning of the next end step. It's got some neat uses, but it's definitely a 99 card. From Father to Son. 1 white, 1 colorless. Search your library for a vehicle card, reveal it, put it into your hand. If this spell was cast from your graveyard, put that card onto the battlefield instead, then shuffle. Flashback for 3 white, 4 colorless. I mean, that's great for any vehicle deck that plays white. Genji Gloves, or Genji Glove. 5 cost, 3 to equipped. Equipped creature has double strike. Whenever equipped creature attacks, if it's the first combat phase of the turn, untap it. After this phase, there's an additional combat phase. Notably, it only untaps itself. It's like phase 2. I could see this in like Rafine or some kind of exalted deck. Gilgamesh, Master at Arms. A 6/6 for 2 red and 4. Whenever Gilgamesh enters or attacks, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may put any number of equipment cards from among them onto the battlefield. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. When you put one or more equipment onto the battlefield this way, you may attach one of them to a samurai you control. You either play it in 99 or you build a Voltron deck around it. Pretty funny. Either way. Golbez is going to be probably busted. 1/4. For Demir. Whenever an artifact you control enters, surveil 1. At the beginning of your end step, if you control 4 or more artifacts, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. And then if you control 8 or more artifacts, each opponent loses life equal to that card's power. Yeah, you can do really, really funny things with it, with like the big costing or the big power artifact creatures in particular. Yeah, I think Golbez will be pretty good. Hope the null card. 2/2 for 1 and white. 1 blue, 1 white. Lifelink. At the beginning of your end step, each opponent mills X cards, where X is the amount of life you gain this turn. In Azorius, you should be able to mill out your opponents pretty quick. Ishgard, the Holy Sea. Faith and Grief. 2 white, 3 colorless, sorcery. Adventure. Return up to 2 target artifact and or enchantment cards from your graveyard to your hand. This land enters taps for white. I'm not really all that impressed with Ishgard. I will play it because the Yoshi P deck, Ishgard. I do think Ishgard is probably Ishgard's probably the weakest of the adventure sounds. Eject, Reluctant Guardian. Menace. Whenever Eject deals combat damage to a player, you may exile it, then return to the battlefield, transformed under its owner's control. So 4/3 for 4. Transforms into Vraska's Final Aeon. Chapter 1 and 2, Eject Beam. Each opponent discards a card and you draw a card. Chapter 3, each opponent sacrifices 2 creatures of their choice. 7/7. If you have a way to like keep bringing it back, I could see this being a funny commander to play. Otherwise, I think you'd probably just play it in like Turgid or something like that. I hate saying it because that deck is just obnoxious. Genova, Ancient Calamity. 1/5 for 2 and Golgari. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a number of 1/1 counters equal to Genova's power on up to 1 target creature. That creature becomes a mutant in addition to its other types. Whenever a mutant you control dies, during your turn, you draw cards equal to its power. Mothman. This is a Mothman card very easily. It fits in being an alien and a mutant part. Anyways, Jador, Aristocratic Capital. Two blue, 4 colorless, sorcery. Overture. Target opponent mills half their library rounded down. Enters tab, tabs for blue. Again, better than the white one. Jills, she was dominant. 2/2 for 3. 1 blue and 2. When Jill enters, return up to 1 target non-land permanent to its owner's hand, so it's a bounce for 3. Dominant, transform for 5. Mesmerize for 1 and 2. Target creature can't be blocked this turn. Cold Snap, return or tap all lands your opponent's control, exile Shiva, and then return it to the battlefield. It's not really that impressive. It's probably gonna see some play and see some uses and stuff, but I don't I don't think it's really all that impressive. Joshua, Phoenix is done. 3/4 for 1 in Boros. When Joshua enters, discard up to 2 cards and draw that many cards. For 3 in Boros, dominant transform. Burning Flames. Phoenix, Warden of Fire. Anyways, chapter 1 and 2, Burning Flames, Phoenix deals 2 damage to each opponent. Chapter 3, return any number of target creature cards with total mana value 6 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, exile Phoenix, and return it. This card is pretty good. Like, this is, you can find room for Joshua in Terra, like the pre-con Terra, just to get like more value. Yeah, Joshua's pretty good. Judgment Bolt, 5 damage to target creature, next damage to that creature's controller, where X is the number of equipment you control. For 1 and 3 colorless instant. It's okay. I think any like red go wide with equipment or Voltron deck with red could use it, but overall, like, not really all that great. Jimbo Caxar, the meme. The 1/7 for 7 with 10,000 needles. Whenever this creature attacks, it gets plus 9,999 until end of turn. It's going to be funny when somebody uses it to like one-shot somebody because of trample. I look forward to the meme dream. Kane, Trader's Dragoon. 1 black, 2 colorless, 2/4, jump. During your turn, Kane has flying. Whenever Kane deals combat damage to a player, the player gains control of Kane. If they do, you draw that many cards, create that many tapped treasure tokens, and lose that much life. There's some potential there with Kane to do some funny things. I don't know if you played this in standard. This feels like a good politics card. Like, hey, can I get 2 damage in on you? That way I can draw. You know, just I'll take 2 as well, just to draw 2 and make 2 treasures, kind of deal. But Kuja, Genome Sorcerer, on the other hand, 3/4 for 2 in Rakdos. At the beginning of your end step, create a tapped 0/1 black wizard creature. Create a create a tapped black mage. Then, if you control 4 or more wizards, which Kuja is a wizard, transform Kuja into Kuja. Kuja, Fate Defied. Flamestar. If a wizard you control will deal damage to a permanent or player, deals double that damage instead. So yes, I will be building a Kuja Rakdos Spellslinger deck. Lightning, Security Sergeant. But yeah, overall, I think Kuja is just a fun card. It's a gross card. if it gets rolling. I think it'll be one of those, like, I don't think it'll be a CEDH card, or commander or anything like that, but I think it'll definitely be like a high 3 to mid 4 one. Like, not quite Prosper, but not too far from it. Anyways, Lightning Security Sergeant. 2/3 for white. Not a white. A red and 2 colorless. Minutes whenever lightning deals combat damage to a player, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card for as long as you control lightning. Impulse card. You don't lose it. She could be a fun commander just because she impulses, but you don't lose the card permanently if you don't use it. Anyways, an emblem, Industrial Regency. And there's the Gashel Pickle card. Anyways, Mage Siege. 1 red, 2 colorless, create a black mage. At instant speed. And then tap, and this land enters tap for red. In my opinion, the second best one. With it being an instant, you can use it in opponent's turn, and then play it as land for turn. But yeah, I like it. Louis Swa Sacrifice. This might be like the CEDH card of the set, I don't know. As an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice a legendary creature or pay 2 colorless. Counter target activated ability, triggered ability, or non-creature spell for 1 blue. Machinist Arsenal. 1 white, 4 colorless. Job select. Equipped creature gets +2/+2 for each artifact you control and is an artificer. Machina. Equip 4. I could see this being fun in like a Liberty Prime deck. Magitech Scythe. 4 cost. A test of your reflexes. When this equipment enters, you may attach it to target creature you control. If you do, that creature gains first strike until end of turn. It must be blocked this turn if able. Equipped creature gets +2/+1. So yeah, it forces awkward blocks, which is nice. Especially if you can put it on something that can survive or something like Death Touch or anything like that. '14's version of Matoya. Archon Elder. 1/4 for blue and 2 colorless. Whenever you scry or Sibel and draw a card. That is becoming very prevalent anymore, so that's honestly a very good effect. I know that there are a lot of people that are like, well, why didn't you use Matoya's original appearance or anything like that? I even said it myself, but Matoya's such a fan favorite character of 14. Like, I mean, there's a lot of fan favorite characters for 14, to be fair. Memories Returning. Sorcery with flashback, or 2 blue, 2 colorless, cost sorcery with flashback of 2 blue, 7 colorless. Reveal the top 5 cards of your library. Put 1 of them into your hand, then choose an opponent. They put 1 on the bottom of your library. Then you put 1 into your hand. Then you put 1 on the bottom of your library. Put the other into your hand. Okay, so that is a lot of words just to say reveal 3, reveal 3, or reveal 5, 3 are going to hand, 2 are going to the bottom. Midgar, City of Mako. I think that this one is the best of the 5. Reactor Raid. 1 black, 2 colorless. You may sacrifice an artifact or creature. If you do, draw 2 cards. It's just a draw spell. And I mean, that's pretty synergistic with like the sack outlet creature ones and everything. Mid-move White Mage. Vigilance Lifelink. Whenever you gain life, put a 1/1 counter on each cleric you control. I like it for the cleric synergy. I'm not sure if I... It puts it on itself as well, so I guess that's worth it. 5 cost, Vigilance Lifelink. Yeah, it's pretty good. Removal's Valor. Instant for 2 white, 3 colorless. For each creature you control, create a 1/2 white movable creature token with lifelink. Then creatures you control gain end check once end turn. You play it in response to a board wipe, get to keep your board and make movables. Yeah, so I'll play it in the moogle deck for sure. And I don't dislike it in like any just white deck either, especially like the go white token decks. That feels perfect for those. Ninja Blades. 1 black, 2 colorless. Job select. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 in this ninja, in addition to its other types. Has. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, and then discard a card. That player loses life equal to the discarded card's mana value. Equipped to Mutsu no Kami. I think like it's really, really strong cards is what I think right now. Even at 3, like I can see justification for playing that. Especially if you're just able to like whittle away. You're doing it for mana value. I was just talking earlier about where to go Golbez. So like in a Golbez deck, a creature with that gets in. While you have 8 or more artifacts. So that'd be something like what? Discarded Draco, or not a Draco, discarded like one of those 12 costs. Hold on. I'll do this real quick. Not Artificer. There we go. Okay. So like discard a stone, ancient stone idol, dome somebody for 10, and a turn, return it to hand, dome everybody for 12. It seems really gross to me. And there's like so many different like little ways to do it. Oh, that's really gross. Noctis, Prince of Lucis. 1 Esper, 4/3 lifelink. You may cast artifact spells from your graveyard by paying 3 life, in addition to paying their other costs. If you cast a spell this way, that artifact enters a finality counter on it. I know that there's a combo that popped up with this, but I can't remember what it was, so I don't really want to talk about how good or not Noctis is. But I mean, a 4-3 for 4 with lifelink's not the worst. Rabon, Bull of Alamigo. Ward, pay life equal to Rabon's power. Whenever Rabon attacks, attach up to 1 target equipment you control to a target attacking creature. It's really cool what Rabon does with equipments and everything, but he's very easy to deal with early. Rosa, Resolute White Mage. Reach. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a 1 counter on target creature you control. It gains life and link until end of turn. 2-3 for 4. She's okay. But she's a buff. Gives life link. You don't build around, but you can play in 99. Sans Catsroy. 3-3 for green and 3. When it enters, you may search your library for a bird or basic land card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. Whenever Sans attacks, put a 1/1 counter on target creature, then double the number of 1/1 counters on that creature. You play them in the bird deck, you play them with the triplos. See? Safer Omzi. Whenever creature you control attacks alone, it gains double strike until end of turn. So payoffs for like the red exalted kind of deal. Firecross. Whenever Safer Elmsy deals combat damage to it also has the fact that he ran off the fucking all the damn time by himself. Anyways. Deals combat damage to a player, you may cast target instant or sorcery spell with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard without paying its mana cost. Exile it if you cast it. Sarah Farron. 2-2 for 1 and Selesnya. The first legendary creature spell you cast each turn costs 2 less. Immediately good. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control 2 or more other legendary creatures, you may transform Sarah. Notably a May ability. But the first legendary creature spell you cast each turn costs 2 less to cast. Legendary creatures you control get +2/+2, so there's no reason whatsoever to not transform her. No, I think it's a good creature for like a Joda legendary anthem kind of deal. Seymour Flux. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may pay 1 life. If you do, draw a card and put a 1/1 counter on Seymour Flux. I don't dislike it. It's actually pretty solid. 5-5 for 5. Your turn comes around. If you're playing... you're playing black, so you've got ways to gain life back. Pay a life, draw a card, make it a 6/6. It ain't bad. I think it'll be fun. Sin, Spear's Punishment. I wanted to put this in Taval, the pre-con Taval. Whenever Sin enters or attacks, exile a permanent card from your graveyard at random. Then create a tap token that's a copy of that card. If the exile card is a land card, repeat this process. So if you hit a land, you just keep ramping. It seemed fun with the ball. Squall, Seed Mercenary. Rough Divide. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gains double strike until end of turn. Whenever Squall deals combat damage to a player, return a target permanent card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Orzhov Reanimator. Decent body. Can gain double strike. Or give double strike. Yeah. I don't think Squall's bad. Really like starting tone. This land enters the battlefield tapped unless it's your first, second, or third turn of the game. Taps for colorless or it's mana confluence. Yeah, like I said, I like it. I think this could replace mana confluence in some decks. Just because you don't have to cause yourself to lose life. play it early. You can use it's multifaceted, so Stiltskin Moogle Merchant. 1/2 for 1 white. Lifelink. Pay 2 and tap. Target opponent gains control of another target permanent you control. If they do, you draw a card. So Stiltskin does synergize with Zidane. You can make it very interesting. So I will end up building it. Stiltskin, I think, with like decks like that or like certain group hug decks are fun. It will be really good. Summon Broomholder. Two 1 for red and 1. Chain. Exile top card of your library. During any turn you put a lore counter on this saga, you may play that card. Gestalt mode for chapter 2 and 3. When you next cast a creature spell this turn, it gains haste until end of turn. Yeah, it's a card that's good for like mono red stomping. Enough said. Summoner's Grimoire. 1 red, 3 colorless, job select. A quick creature is a shaman in addition to its other types and has, whenever this creature attacks, you may put a creature card from your hand onto the battlefield. If that creature is an enchantment card, it enters tapped and attacking. It works with the summons, so that's fun. And then it's just... it's an Elvish Piper effect when you swing, so... it's repeatable because even if you lose a creature, you can re-equip for 3 off of Abraxas. But it also comes with the ability to do it because of job select, so you're kind of good there too. Next, Guardian Force Cerberus, 3/3 for 2 red, 2 colorless. This one's a really great flavor in my opinion. I seen this one the other day. So Chapter 1 Surveil 1. Chapter 2 Double. When you next cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn, copy it. You may choose new targets for the copy. So your typical. And then Chapter 3 Triple. When you next cast an instant or sorcery spell, copy it twice. Yeah, I think Cerberus is really good for Spellslinger decks if they want to have like a little bit more novelty to them and all that. But flavor-wise, that's an absolute win. Even with the flavor text. Pretty confident. Let's see what let's see how you do. Because that's what Cerberus says when you run into him on disc 2. Summon Leviathan. 6/6 for 2 blue, 4 colorless. Return each creature that isn't a Kraken, Leviathan, Merfolk, Octopus, or Serpent to its owner's hands, Chapter 1. Oh yeah, it also has a board too. Chapter 2 and 3. Until end of turn, whenever a Kraken, Leviathan, Octopus, Merfolk, or Serpent attacks, draw a card. If I still had my Kyogre deck together, this absolutely would go into it because that is just such a fun card. Summon Primal Odin. 5/3 for 4 colorless, 2 black. Go near. Destroy target creature and opponent controls. Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Tatsuken. This creature gains whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player. That player loses the game. Hail of Sorrow. Draw 2 cards. Each opponent loses, or each player loses 2 life. So I think there's some ways where you could give this unblockable, trample, anything like that. It's like standard right now to make this like almost a viable card. But it'll be a fun card regardless for the summon decks. Speaking of summon, Titan. Reach, trample, 7/7 for 2 green, 3. Chapter 1, null 5. Chapter 2, return all lands from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Chapter 3, until end of turn, another target creature you control gets trample and +X for X as your lands. I feel like there's been sagas with that before that haven't seen play. And it'll probably remain something similar to that. The only like real difference is the fact that you mill 5 and then you do get to get cards back. Tetla, Great Sage. 3/3 for 5. 3 and is it? Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, create a 1/1 colorless hero creature token. If 4 or more mana was spent to cast that spell, draw 2 cards. If 8 or more was spent to cast that spell, sacrifice Tella, and it deals that much damage to each opponent. Spoiler, I guess. But yeah. It's an interesting one. I just don't know what all play it's going to see. The Darkness Crystal. So now the start the crystal and the saga, or cycles. Anyways. All of the crystals cost 2 colorless and 2 of their respective color, so I don't really want to repeat that. And they're all legendary artifacts that reduce the color by 1. Or reduce the respective color spells by 1 colorless. Anyways, Darkness Crystal. If a non-token creature an opponent controls would die, exile it instead. You gain 2 life. 2 black and 4. Put target creature card exile with Darkness Crystal onto the battlefield tapped under your control, with 2 additional 1/1 counters on it. Earth Crystal. If 1 or more 1/1 counters will be put on a creature you control, twice as many 1/1 counters are put on that creature instead. Distribute 2 1/1 counters among 1 or 2 target creatures you control. For 4 and 2 color, or 2 green. Yeah, those 2 are probably the best. You can do fun stuff with the Fire Crystal though. Creatures you control have haste. For it's 6 because they all have 6 costs as well. 4 and 2 of the colors. So create a token that's a copy of a target creature you control. Sacrifice at the beginning of the next end step. There's several decks right now, like Deadpool, that can easily abuse that. The Lunar Whale, a 3/5 vehicle with crew 1 for 1 blue, 3 colorless. Flying, you may look at the top card of your library at any time. As long as Lunar Whale attack this turn, you may play the top card of your library. Mesa Moon. Equip 2, cost 3. It is a sword. As long as equipped creature is attacking, it has first strike and must be blocked if able. Equipped creature has, if a creature dying causes a triggered ability of this creature. Equipped creature has, if a creature dying causes a triggered ability of this creature or an emblem you own to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time. Oh, I cannot get my words out. Yeah, you just slap this on a Zulaport Cutthroat and you just speed up the process. The Regalia, 4/4 vehicle for 4. Haste, crew 1. Whenever the Regalia attacks, reveal cards on top of your library until you reveal a land card. Put that card onto the battlefield tapped, and the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. And I've been talking about it, so... The Wandering Minstrel, aka Yoshi P. A 1/3 human bard for 1 green, 1 blue. Land you control, enter untapped. The Minstrel's Ballad. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control 5 or more towns, create a 2/2 elemental creature token that's all colors. For Wooburgen 3, other creatures you control get +X until end of turn, where X is the number of towns you control. So you just like kind of go wide, do town stuff. Token doubling, like there's That's probably the route that you're going to go, is like token doubling lands matters things. Anyways, Water Crystal. If an opponent would mill one or more cards, they mill that many plus 4 instead. Each opponent mills cards equal to the number of cards in your hand. There's already a combo with this one. Or it just keeps making, like, unless they... Unless they mill things that don't share a card type or don't share a color, they will keep milling cards. And then the other white ones just, eh. If you gain life, you gain twice so much life instead. Creatures you control gain flying life until end of turn. Like, these two are kind of more niche. Same here. Like, these two are, the Darkness and the Earth Crystal are definitely the better ones. Tifa Lockhart and her standard one-hit KO. Trample. She's a 1/2 for green and 1 trample. Whenever a land you control enters, double Tifa Lockhart's power until end of turn. So the combo is essentially to go like whatever amount of pump spells to get her to 5 power. Play a standard fetch land. Double her power, crack it, double her power, swing. It's probably going to be a thing. Triple Triad. 3 red, 3 colorless enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, each player exiles the top card of their library. Until end of turn, you may play the card you own exiled this way and each other card exiled this way with lesser mana value. Then without paying their mana cost. This is going my Theft deck. Ultima. For 2 white and 3, destroy all artifacts and creatures. End the turn. Such devastation. This was not my intention. They said the thing. Ultima. Origin of Oblivion. 4/4 for 5. Flying. Whenever Ultima attacks, put a blight counter on target land. For as long as it has a blight counter on it, it loses all ability types and loses all land types and abilities and has tap add a colorless. Whenever you tap land for colorless, add an additional colorless. It's an Eldrazi card. It even looks like one. Ultima Weapon. 7 cost, 7 to equip. Whenever equipped creature attacks, destroy target creature and opponent controls. Equipped creature gets +7/+7. It's just a big fucking... It's just a 7 jack-off card. Like, it's literally all it is. We get it, 7. Ultima, Temporal Threat. 2 blue, 4 colorless, 4/4. When Ultima enters, Ultimacia enters. I don't know why I said Ultima again. Tap all creatures your opponents control. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. It's a really good effect, but I don't know if it's worth a 6-cost body. Vaughn, Street Thief. Whenever one or more scouts, pirates, and or rogues you control deal combat damage to a player, exile the top card of that player's library. You may cast it. If you don't, create a treasure token. Whenever you cast a spell you don't own, put a 1/1 counter on each scout, pirate, and rogue you control. I might put Vaughn into my theft deck just for the fun haha things. If not, and Heidelin got a really, really pretty card. Anyways, but not Heart of Heidelin. 3/3 for 2 white and 1. Whenever you cast a legendary spell, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. For 7, exile target non-land permanent, transform, if not, into Heidelin the Mother Crystal. Indestructible. Bringer of Light. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a 1/1 counter on another target creature you control until your next turn. It gains Indestructible. If that creature is legendary, draw a card. It's a absolutely phenomenal 99 card. It is just a good card. It rewards you for playing one of the more common things to play in Commander, with it being legendary. It's removal, and then it starts buffing. So it's like card draw, removal, and buffing. Like it does a lot. Vincent Valentine. 2/2 for 2 black, 2 colorless. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, put a 1/1 counter. A number of 1/1 counters on Vincent Valentine equal to that creature's power. Whenever Vincent attacks, you may transform it into Alien Beast. Trample lifelink. When Galleon Beast dies, return to the battlefield tapped. I think it's a fun card. I don't think you build around it unless you really like Vincent, but I mean it's the same for any of these legends. But it's definitely a fun card. And kind of hard to get rid of permanently. Xanday, Dark Mage. 3/3 for 1 blue, 1 black, 2. Menace. It's +1/+1 for each non-creature, non-land card in your graveyard. It gets bigger, but it doesn't have any other kind of payoff. The art is nice, but outside of that, it's just like eh. It's pretty eh. Xanarkin, hitting the green land. For 6, create a hero creature token, put a 1/1 counter on it for each land you control. That's sorcery speed, and then, yeah, enters that. Zeldinst. 0/3, 1 red and 2. May play an additional land on each of your turns. Gets +1/+1 for each land you control. At the beginning of your end step, return a land you control to its owner's hand. It helps with landfall stuff, so maybe you play it and things like that. It's kind of cool what it does. But I think you just play it to repeat landfall triggers. And play additional lands. Xenos Yegalvis. Also talked about this over on TikTok, but my first friend, when Xenos Yegalvis enters, choose a creature an opponent controls until end of turn. Creatures other than Xenos Yegalvis and the chosen creature get -2/-2. When the chosen creature leaves the battlefield, transform Xenos Yegalvis into Shinra, Transcendent Rival, an 8/8 flying dragon. As this creature transforms into Shinra, choose an opponent. Whenever the chosen opponent loses the game, you win the game. It's an insult to injury card in Standard, and it's a win more card in Commander, but it's fun, which I think is going to be a lot of this. Zodiark Umbral God. 5/5 for 5. 1, 2. Yeah, 5/5 for 5 black. Indestructible. When it enters, each player sacrifices half their non-god creatures they control. Rounded down. Whenever a player sacrifices another creature, put a 1/1 counter on Zodiark. So it's gonna get big. You can play it in like the god deck as well, like 5-color gods. All right, into the mythics now with Absolute Virtue. 8/8 for 6 in Azorius. Can't be countered. Flying. You have protection from each of your opponents. It's an asshole, and it was an asshole in the game. That's all I got to say about it. Beatable now, but kind of funny if you slap a Oversoul on it. The enchantment they'll give it, yeah. A tier and pro N. So 2 of Paladin's equipments got put on. Anyways, 6 cost legendary artifact equipment. Equipped creature has base power and toughness XX, where X is your life total. It's a win more card for life gain, but it can let them punch really hard, so why not? Ancient Adamantoise is going to be really funny in certain decks like Fellothar. It's just like, I'm mustering a 2020. Three green, 7 color, not 7. 3 green, 5 colorless for an 8/20. Vigilance, Ward 3. Damage isn't removed from this creature during cleanup steps. All damage that would be dealt to you and other permanents you control is dealt to this creature instead. Whenever this creature dies, exile it and create 10 tapped treasure tokens. Again, a fun card. Especially with the big butt decks. Now, Buster Sword. Another sword, so it costs 3, equips for 2. Equipped creature gets +3/+2. Whenever equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. When you may cast a spell from your hand with mana value less than or equal to that damage without paying its mana cost. It's not bad. Like, it is a very good equipment. Clive, a Freaks of Dominance. 5/5 for 2 red, 4 colorless. When Clive enters, you may discard your hand, then draw cards equal to your devotion to red. For 2 red and 4, you dominant transform into Warden of Inferno. Lunge, a free fights up to 1 other target creature, very on flavor, very on brand. Like, this one looks nice, but I definitely prefer that showcase. Ooh, that's just nice. Brimstone, add 4 red. If a Freed has 3 or more over counters on it, exile it, then return it to the battlefield. So, it'll be fun in a red devotion deck. I can like routinely make use of that. You discard your hand and draw. Cloud, Midgard Mercenary. 2/1 for 2 white. It's the updated Stoneforge Mystic. ETB, search your library for an equipment card. Reveal it, put into your hand and shuffle. As long as Cloud is equipped, if an ability of Cloud or an equipment attached to it triggers, that ability triggers an additional time. Ow. Okay, that's not the worst. Price is finally starting to calm down. Cloud Planet's Champion. 4/4 for 3 and Boros. During your turn, as long as Cloud is equipped, it has double strike and indestructible. Equipped abilities that target Cloud cost 2 less to activate. I mean, I think this ends up going into the 99 of the Naya Cloud. Same as this Cloud, for sure. but like I don't hate that effect. I really don't. That's a really good effect. Dark Confidant got a reprint as an Ascian. Emmett Silk, aka Hades, aka Daddy. Yeah, I talked about this over on TikTok. This thing is fucking busted, in my opinion. 2/4 for 1 and Demir, Vigilance. When Emmett Silk enters or attacks, draw a card and discard a card at the beginning of your upkeep. If there are 14 or more cards in your graveyard, you may transform Emmett Silk into a Hades, Sorcerer of Eld, a 6/6 Yawgmoth's Will on legs. Vigilance, during your turn, you may play cards from your graveyard. If the card or token put into your graveyard from anywhere, exile instead. So you get your graveyard set up and then you just go off. Go, Master of Mimicry. XX tap. Can be target activated or triggered ability you control X times. You may choose a new targets for the copies. This ability can't be copied. And X can't be 0. 2/4 for 3. I think there's already some combos that are popping up for this one as well. It's a copy of abilities. It's going to see use and play. And then you got Kefka. This card is gross. I'm gonna have fun playing it. A 4/5 for 2 in Grixis. Whenever Kefka enters or attacks, each player discards a card, and then you draw a card for each card type among cards discarded this way. For 8x, each opponent sacrifices a permanent of their choice. Transform Kefka, activate only as a sorcery, into Kefka, Ruler of Ruin. 5/7 flying. Whenever an opponent loses life during your turn, you draw that many cards. Yeah, that's just solid. There's no other way to put it. It's just a good card. The mana cost makes it a little bit harder for like high-powered formats to pull it off, but for like the lower-powered ones or the mid-powered ones that want to play something fun, more so than something tuned, it's gonna be great for that. Lightning Army of 1. First Strike, Trample, Lifelink. Stagger. Whenever lightning deals combat damage to a player until your next turn, every source would deal damage to that player, or a permanent that player controls, it deals double damage instead. 3/2 for 1 in Boros. Yeah. She kind of cracked. Especially with double strike. You apply the first strike damage, you apply the double strike damage, and like you can take somebody out very quickly with her. Nibelheim of Flame. 2 red 2, or flashback for 2 red 5. Choose target creature you control. It deals damage equal to its power to each other creature. If the spell was cast from your graveyard, discard your hand and draw 4 cards. Is okay. The most hyped card in the damn set. Well, it's down to 57. God, that is ridiculous. Anyways, Sephiroth, Fabled Soldier. I can't remember if I talked about this one over on TikTok. I don't think I did, but 3/3 for 3. When it enters or attacks, you may sacrifice another creature. If you do, draw a card. Whenever another creature dies, target opponent loses 1 life. You gain 1 life. If this is the 4th time this ability has revolved Resolve this turn, transform Sephiroth into one-winged angel. Flying Supernova. As this creature transforms into Sephiroth one-winged angel, you get an emblem with whenever you get an aristocrat's emblem. Arts are great though. Sephiroth Planet's Heir. 4/4 for 4 colorless, a blue and a black. Vigilance. When it enters, creatures your opponents control get -2/-2 until end of turn. Whenever a creature an opponent control dies, put a warm counter on Sephiroth. It kills stuff. It's got to pay off for killing stuff. Enough said. It's a Sephiroth, so I mean, this is the starter deck card, and it's $30 for that one. Summon Bahamut. You get a 9/9 Saga Dragon for 9 with flying. Chapters 1 and 2, destroy up to 1 target non-land permanent. Chapter 3, draw 2 cards. Chapter 4, Mega Flare. This creature deals damage equal to the total mana value of other permanents you control to each opponent. Yeah. Did I? Okay. That's... It's the win con for the summon deck, basically. Summon Knights of the Round. How much are these two? They've got to be stupidly expensive with what they are. Yeah. Base art 35. 58 for the showcase. The showcase is nice though. I mean, 10's Bahamut is probably the best looking one, and that's not entirely true. Every Bahamut looks good. It's a dragon. That's awesome. It's down to 12 for Knights of the Round, but the showcase is 51. Anyways, Knights of the Round. 3/3 for 8. 6 colorless, 2 white. Chapters 1, 2, 3, and 4 is create 3 2/2 white knight creature tokens, so you get your 12 knights. And then Ultimate End. Other creatures you control get +2/+2 until end of turn. Put an indestructible counter on each of them. Yes, I put it in the Dion deck. The Terror deck, this one will most likely be the commander you play for the 5-color summons. When Terra enters, mill 5 cards. Put up to 1 enchantment card milled this way into your hand. Trance for 4 colorless, a green, and a red. Just exile Terra, return to the battlefield. Into Esper Terra. Create a token for chapters 1, 2, and 3. Create a token that's a copy of target non-legendary enchantment you control. Gains haste. If it's a saga, put up to 3 lore counters on it. Sacrifice it at the beginning of your next instep, and then chapter 4, you add double Wooburg. Whether you've got the engine online to keep her constantly doing this, or you have to keep flipping, I mean, she fuels herself with that. Traveling Chocobo, which has the chase card of the golden Chocobo. And the tribute black Chocobo. Anyways, with all of its variants. 1 green, 2 colorless, 3/2. You may look at the top card of your library anytime. You may play lands and cast bird spells from top of your library. If a land or bird you control entering the battlefield causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control trigger, that ability triggers an additional time. AKA, this is one of your payoff cards for the bird deck. VV Orienter. 0-3 for 1. Is it? And he gets out of hand kind of fast. Add X mana in combination of blue and red, where X is VV Orienteer's power. Activate only during your turn and only once each turn. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put a 1/1 counter on VV and deals 1 damage to each opponent. Yeah, he gets out of hand fast. That's all to say. It's an Izzet deck. What do you expect? Estella rule in her white mage form before she was a black mage, and she didn't have Aether Sight. 3/5 for 6. 2 blue and 4. At the beginning of your end step, exile target creature you control, then return to the battlefield under its owner's control. Then if it's the first end step of the turn, there's an additional end step after this one. So you get double end step triggers, which is cool. But it's flow. She's casting flow. Case in point, because the showcase one is her doing it on the first. And then Yuna, Hope of Spira. During your turn, Yuna and enchantment creatures you control have trample, lifelink, and ward 2. At the beginning of your end step, you may return up to 1 target enchantment card from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it. There's just so many ways to do things with the summon deck. It looks like it's going to be really, really fun. I'm pretty sure that's the entire list though now. I could be wrong. Yeah, that's 586 cards. How big is the set supposed to be? $309 in the main set. This includes 20 mythic rares, 74 rares, 109 commons, and 80 commons. Additionally, the set has 10 land cards and 16 basic land cards. Is there just that many alt arts? Let's count them. 4, 8, 12. Oh shit, I'll just wait. That's a lot of cards to count. No, I do want to do some deck building. No, overall though, I think that the set is fine. The biggest issue with the set isn't even like personal little complaints or anything like that, like, oh, there's not enough of this game, there's not enough of that game. And the biggest complaint with the set is the fucking price that they let happen. That is fucking awful. The pocket fatigue, the wallet fatigue, and everything of this is just... it is fucking awful. I'm hoping that it levels out and calms down after this. All right. What's a good name for this? Like, legitimately, what would be a good name for... I think I know what the first one is, but still. I kind of want to say if the king lives for the Moogle deck. Ultimate Ballad? Yeah, let's go with the Ultimate Ballad. Subtype town. Okay, which one did I miss? Okay, Adventurers in Ballroom Garden, Baron, Capital City, Clive's Hideaway, Crossroad Village, Eden, Govan. Gonga, Guadusalam, Insomnia, Ishgard, Jador, Lindblom, Midgar, Rabinaster, Charlia, Starting Town, Golden Saucer. Oh, okay, I didn't grab these ones. Trino, Vector. Windurst, and Zendikar. Text that reference town. Alright. Persia's Wanderings, Poo-Poo UFO, Quickly Merchant, Reach the Horizon, Town Greeter, Travel the Overworld, Elmo, Overlord of the Hot Woods, Splunking. Is Up the Beanstalk worth putting in? Like, legitimate question on that one is... Did I say I'm also in a band? Let me go to EDA track and see what ideas I can get. There's got to be at least a few dozen. How is there zero? There's no way. I don't know when they update. Yeah, there's... One, two, three, four, five. So 5, 10, 15, 20. 20 so far? Beanstalk Worm, Bramble Familiar, Darn, Dreadwolf, Rosethorn, Acolyte, Sacomon, Savvy Trader. Oh, it's doing it with adventures. Okay. That's actually kind of cool. Yeah, I can see that. Okay. A trio Trion. Zagoth Trion. If it wasn't analyze 8, analyze the pollen. Analyze 8. If it wasn't collect evidence 8, analyze the pollen, it wouldn't be that bad. Basic. Archdruid's Charm is kind of okay, but that's a little bit difficult there. Yavimaya might be alright. Actually, Yavimaya. Tune with Aether. Basic land, specific lands. Basic land, beseech the queen. Forest. No. Why can't I remember that map's name? Expedition, that's why. And what's the payoff for this, too? Anointed Procession, Parallel Lives, Filming, Feeling, stuff like that. Focus of the Royal, maybe that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, I feel fine with that on math. Alternatively, I could do the chokebo. Crop rotation.
For each opponent, choose up to one target artifact or enchantment that player controls. For each permanent chosen this way, its controller may exile it. Then if one or more of the chosen permanents are still on the battlefield, you may search your library for up to that many land cards, put them on the battlefield tab, push shuffle.
That don't feel that bad.
Actually. Admittedly, a lot of it is just finding basic lands, which is absolutely fun and everything, but
I do still think I want to play some like standard land fetching. Farseek, Skyshot Claim. Man, if I'd only kept all the shit I'd sold off years ago. Do I really want to look through?
this is the other side of the stuff.
Yeah, do I really want to look through 300 plus cards? Just for ones that say non-basic or a land? Oh, wait. Cultivator, Colossus. I need to add more land. Zaitor's Proving Grounds. Shit, what was the name of that land now?
Sparta's headquarters, that's what it was.
Why am I blinking so bad on it?
I mean, it is on flavor.
So what is the actual payoff for this? I mean, I guess I could do the thing like throw cannon in and just ways to make a lot of mana.
For this effect. Seems kind of boring though, don't it?
Regalia, Traveling Chocobo. Need a lot more lands. Only got 31 so far. Send us. Yeah, sure. Okay. Gets me up to 37. I need like 2 to 3 more lands. Breeding pool. What were the other triomes? Jetmir's Garden. Fiend's Tower. 40 lands should be plenty. Alright, so what? There's gotta be a payoff that's not like... Do I? Is that really the only one? It is. That is the only card that references Chocobo. Do I do it that way? I mean, like, keeping certain key cards and everything, I could make this entirely Chocobo. Yeah, I kind of want to do that. No. I'll put bird here and search within. Search within these. Okay, yeah, because then there's Parts and Boko. Choco. Goshell Greens. Are those? Is that all the cards are referencing? Okay, let me check. With Chocobo and name. Eight cards referencing birds. brings it to 11. This one is leaving out Bards, Choco, should be right. Referencing birds. Call, racetrack, Choco. Call, racetrack. Choco comment. It doesn't have Choco kick because Choco kick doesn't reference a bird. Fellow rich. Oh, birds and cats. Funny enough, the Triglo stuff actually does synergize pretty well. From what I'm seeing so far, I just need to cut. Why do I feel like if it wasn't for like certain cards like Cultivator Colossus and crop rotation, this would be like a 1. Soul Ring. What was the mana rock that was in this set again? Blitzball. Yeah, this is just saying why Primeval Titan needs to stay banned. Aura. Dryad of the Elysian Grove. Courser of Crewfix. 12 cards. Need some kind of payoff. Bristly Bill? Bristly Bill. Yeah, because if I recall, that card is actually incredibly expensive. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I can't remember how to spell it. Okay, yeah, I need to cut some of these cards because there's absolutely no point to them anymore. Or is there? Yeah, I can cut Barton Boko. You know what? 5-color elemental bird. Yeah, 5-color bird town. Ultimate Magic Holy. Restoration Magic, that's what it was. I guess it costs down a little bit too. So what can I do to... I think I keep the Magus Staff mana combos so that I can just pump up birds. I think I keep the stuff that doubles. Whoops. Boost creation, enters the battlefield, draw a card. When land enters the battlefield under your control, you gain 4 life. It's first time. It's the second time. It's the second time, add Wurug. It's the third time, deals 4 damage to each opponent, each planeswalker you don't control. Logos of Rage enters the battlefield. Create a 5/5. Like, I'm kind of cool with these two. The other two are kind of obnoxious. Like, they're all obnoxious, but at least elemental birds. It's an elemental bird, so I mean, I feel like, oh, I forgot Command Tower and Reflecting Pool. Several other things. So if that's the case, let me actually, let's get the breeding pool.
I don't really need the Conduit of Worlds. Oh, wait, I already added the Arcane Signet.
Blitzball is going...
Is Blitzball worth it? Yeah, I think Commander Spear or Chromatic Lantern. Chromancy Orrery wouldn't be bad. This does not feel good whatsoever right now. It needs fine tuning and pruning. I kind of want to do it as 5-color birds now. Birds and towns. How does it play test? Just so I can get an idea. Keep hand. Forgot to draw.
This is Xenocard. Junior Gordon. Play the Wandering Minstrel. Place by Triumph. Let's play Play the Fireway instead. Yeah, that's kind of a no-brainer. Bottom, bottom. Next turn.
Somebody Triumph.
This creature enters middle 4 cards. You may put a land card from among them into your hand. Power town is what you gain to life. I ain't locked out of white yet, so. Felidar retreat. Oh, and I would have not that elemental. Oh, right, this doesn't have that token in yet. Engineer counter. Let's make a second one. Would have made a cat too. Or no, wouldn't, because I haven't played anything land yet, so. Play this one now, make a cat. Also, I would not have made these tokens. I'm a cheater. Because I've only got 1, 2 towns. 3 towns make a cat. Town greeter. There we go. Mill 1, mill 2, mill 3, mill 4. Let's return A. Probably Trino. Yeah, return Trino to hand, game 2 life. Yeah, I think if I do this the bird way, I'm just gonna screw myself up. So I'm gonna need to cut out the birds. Keep the Chocobo racetrack. I know a few things with there. Ambrosia I'm fine with because it can protect. No, yeah. Whoops, wrong button. YouTube, we're gonna call it here. We'll see y'all later. Because we're gonna get ready to wrap up. It's 5 in the morning here. So, take care, y'all. We will see you tonight or tomorrow night.